Hi, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to share 10 of my projects created for my Udemy course. The link to the source code are provided in the description. And in the next section, we're going to start reviewing the projects. So we have 10 projects in this video. I'm going to briefly review each project here, and later you can watch the complete overview of each project at the beginning of the project. So we have the first project, which is the review, and it changes the emoji based on your rate. The next one is a profile statistics. If you refresh the page, we see that the numbers goes up. The third project is a rotating gallery. As you can see, we have a slider that goes, for example, every 3 seconds, and we can change it also with these buttons. Then we have the New Year countdown for 2022. As you can see, the time that I'm recording the video is 12th of December 2021. So we have 19 days left for the new year. Then we have the random password generator. When we click on this button, we get each time a random password, and when we click on this icon, we get a notification, and also the password will be copied in the clipboard. Next one is the animation search bar. As you can see, by clicking on this magnifier, we see a bigger search bar and also a microphone appears. The next project is a social media selector. As you can see, we have a glass morphism design, and you can choose different social media account in the menu. The next project is the double landing page. We have Samsung and Apple, and if we hover over each section, we see it bigger, and we have a beautiful hovering effect on the button as well. The next project is a to-do list. You can add it like a call someone, and we press enter and we see it here. If we refresh the page, we see the items are in the list because we are going to save them inside the local storage. We can mark them as a read, and also we can delete them. The next project and the final one is a step progress bar. By clicking on the next button, we go to the next step 1, step 2, step 3, and the final step. And we can go back and we see that the not allowed version of the button is selected when we are at the beginning for this button, and when we are at the end for this particular button. In the next section, we're going to start with the first project, which is the emoji rating. So see you in the next section. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a feedback section with emoji rating. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have an emoji here and 5 stars. If we click on different stars, we see that we are activating the color of the previous stars. And also we see different emojis at the top. And also we have a beautiful transition for the emojis. In this project, we're going to use JavaScript to change the emojis and also changing these stars and ratings. And also we are using Font Awesome to get these emojis and the star icons. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. As usual, I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click here on the desktop and we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Emoji Rating, which is the name of our project. We press enter and here we click on the select folder to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again. Now we can create our HTML file. On the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. Now we have the index.html file on the right side, but it's completely empty, but we can create an HTML5 boilerplate using an exclamation mark. So we write an exclamation mark and we press the first auto suggestion. Now we got the HTML5 boilerplate, which includes doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML the page is written in. And HTML1 represents HTML5 version. Then we have the HTML tag, which covers the head tag and the body tag. The lang attribute inside the HTML tag sets the language of the page, and in our case, we set the language to be English. Then in the head section, we have meta tags and the title tag. The first meta tag defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is chosen because the HTML5 recommends UTF-8 as it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. And the first part of this meta tag sets the page's width to device's screen's width. For example, the mobile screen's width will be smaller than the computer screen. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely. So the next part sets the initial zoom level of the page, which is in our case is 100%. This title tag sets the title of the page. And in order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. So we right click here and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is Emoji Rating. Now we can see emoji rating as a title. Then in the body section, we create the container that covers the feedback section, or we can just call it feedback container. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion, which gives us a div with a class of feedback container. Inside this div, we have emoji container, and we're going to have all the emojis here. The emojis actually are icons that we're going to get from Font Awesome website. So in order to get the Font Awesome icons and search for the icons, we need to go to the browser, and we click on the Google Chrome browser. We search here Font Awesome. In the first search result, we have fontawesome.com. We click here on the icons. We refresh the, it's kind of came. So we can see now the Font Awesome icon section. There are a lot of icons. The icons we want to have, our emojis. So we search for emojis. There are a lot of emojis, as you can see. The one I'm searching for, the first one, which is the 1-star rating, is emoji angry. This one, we click on it. And here we can copy the HTML tag of this icon, which is only a I tag with a class of FAR, which means Font Awesome Regular, because it's not filled or it's not solid, and it's FA Angry. So we just copy this by clicking on it, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just inside this div, we paste the code. We can't see the icon yet because we haven't connected the Font Awesome to our HTML file. So we need to get the CDN of the Font Awesome, and we bring it and paste it inside the head section of the HTML file. So we go back to the browser, and we create a new tab, and here we search for CDN.js. In the search result, we have cdnjs.com, which is a website that provides CDN of different packages like Font Awesome or jQuery or Bootstrap. So we click on the here to go to cdnjs.com. Here in the search bar, we search for font, and the first result is Font Awesome with a version of 5.15, the time that I'm recording the video. So we click on here, and we scroll down a little bit, and in this the first result, we just copy the link tag here by clicking on this icon. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title and at the end of the head tag, we paste the link. As you can see, now we have the icon in the browser, but it's a little bit small. We can add another class here, which is from the Font Awesome itself. We just need to write FA for Font Awesome and 3x, which means 3 times bigger. Now the icons is 3 times bigger than the previous version. All right. We need 4 more icons for the 2, 3, 4, and 5 stars. We just need to copy this using Ctrl-Shift arrow down 4 times, and we just need to change this angry to, for example, frown. You can see a frown icon. Then we have meh, which is like this icon. Then we have smile. And finally, we have laugh. I just memorized these words, but if you want to know how we got this, we just need to go to the Font Awesome, and in this icons, search icons, you just search, for example, smile. And or a smile emoji. And this one, we click, and as you can see, the class is FAR, FA smile, as we have here. You don't need to memorize anything. You just need to search for it and bring it. So now we have our emojis. Let's add the stars or the ratings at the bottom. So we create another div with the class of rating container. And inside this, we're going to bring some icon called a star. So we search here star. In the Font Awesome, we search a star, and we want a star, the fill star, the solid one, not the regular one, because we want to change the color of the icon as well. So the class is FAS, which is Font Awesome Solid, and we have FA Font Awesome Star. We just click to copy the HTML tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and we paste the tag here. Now we got the star here. This is still small. We just, for this one, we just say FA2X, which means 2 times bigger. All right. So we need 5 star. So we copy this tag 4 more times using Alt Shift arrow down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So now we got our icons and also the stars. We finished with the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we are going to start styling the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. We have imported some icons from Font Awesome website, 5 emojis, and also 5 stars. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. On the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before styling our project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save the index.html file using Ctrl S. We close the Explorer section by dragging this line to the left, and we go to style.css. First, we style the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the default margin and the space around the body section using margin 0. As you can see, now we don't have any margin around the body section, and we can change the display to flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. So we just write display flex, and we can now use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. For bringing items to the center vertically, we can set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height and use align item center. So we just write height 100% of the viewport height, and we set the aligned items to center to bring the items to the center vertically. Let's change the background color to be, for example, yellow. And we finish with the body section now. And now we can style the next part, which is the feedback container, which covers everything. So we go back to the solid CSS, and we just need to target this feedback container class using dot feedback container. Just we change the background color to be white. We can see the container now. Let's increase the width of this container to be, for example, 400 pixels. Then increase the height to be 200 pixels. Now we can see it clearly. Let's add some box shadow so we can bring up this container as a paper. So we just say box shadow. We want the first value of the box shadow, which is the position of the horizontal shadow, to be 0. The second value, which is the position of the vertical shadow, is 4 pixels. We can see it here. Then we have the blur radius to be 8 pixels. Now we can see it clearly. But I don't want this darkness to be this much. Let's decrease this darkness. So the fourth value of the box shadow is the color of the shadow. We can use RGBA function to set the color. We set 0 for red, 0 for green, and 0 for blue, which gives us the black color, and also 0.3 for alpha value, which means 30% transparency, or we can say opacity. Now we can see a beautiful shadow. Let's round the border of the container using border radius. Just give it 10 pixels border. Yeah, that was it for the feedback container section. Let's style these emojis and bring them to the center, and also these the stars as well. In order to to bring these icons to the center, we can position them absolute, but we have to position them absolute relative to the parent, which is the feedback container. So we set the position of the feedback container to relative. Then we can use position absolute for these emojis or the stars. For the emojis, we have emoji container. So we target that one here. We just say emoji container. We set the position to be absolute. And for bring it to the middle, we can just say left 50%. But this one brings the edge of this emojis to the center, which is here. We want them to be in the center, like the middle of them to be in the center. So we can use transform, translate x minus 50% to bring them exactly in the middle. And let's bring them from the top to like 20 pixels, 20% down. And we change the emoji container width to be 50 pixels. So 50 pixels is like from here to here. We cannot see it clearly. Let's change the background color of this container so we can see it better. We just change it to yellow. Now you can see the width of this container, which is 50 pixels, which covers the emojis. And we want the height to be the same value, 50 pixels. We can see a square here. Let's make this square to be rounded using border radius. We just write border radius 50%. Now the emoji is exactly in the middle. Let's change the display to flex so they come next to each other instead of this way. We just say display flex. That's it. So let's a little bit add margin between the emojis. So the emojis has a common class called FAR. So we can target that one, which targets all the emojis. So here we just write dot FAR and we add some margin. Just 1 pixel is enough. So the things we want to do is just change the translate X value of the emojis, and we bring them 50 pixels each time to the left. So we're gonna have different emojis each time. Let's test it so you can see them. Look, we just say transform, translate X. Now it's 0 as a default. Let's change it to minus 50 pixels. You can see now we have the second emoji in the middle of the square. If we do it 100, the third one, 150, we have the fourth one, and finally we have minus 200 pixels, the last one. In order to hide the other emojis when we are showing this emoji, we can use overflow hidden in the emoji container. So overflow hidden is going to hide the other emojis outside the container. So here, if we add overflow hidden, we don't see the either emojis because they are outside the container. So let's just set this translate X to 0 so we can see the first icon, which is the angry emoji. Later, using JavaScript, we're going to change this emojis based on the stars we select. And let's bring the stars here at the bottom. So the stars have common, they have a common class, FA star or FAS. Any of them we can use. So we just target FA star. So we just say dot FA star for the this one for just changing the color. We just want to change the color to be light gray. For positioning them to the bottom, you need to target their parent, which is the rating container. So here, at this here, at the top, we just say rating container, and we position it to be absolute, and then from the left, we just say 50%, which brings the edge to the middle, and then we use translate X minus 50% to bring it exactly in the middle. And we set it from the bottom to be 20%. That's a good position, I feel. But yeah, we want to add a class to the these icons. For example, the class active. When this class is added to this icon, we want the color of this star to be in a gold color. So now it's a light gray, but we want each time it has the class of active, we want the color to be gold. So later, using JavaScript, we're going to click on the stars and activate this class and add it to each icon and remove it from the one outside. So let's remove this yellow color. We don't need it anymore because we were using the yellow color to see where the emojis are, and we don't need them anymore. And also I want to use the cursor to be, we set the cursor to be pointer, so we see a pointing hand when we hover over the stars. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to this project. Using JavaScript, we're going to add and remove the active class from the stars that we are clicking and the previous stars using JavaScript, add and remove methods. And also we're going to change these emojis based on the star and the ratings. And also we're going to change the color of the emojis based on the ratings. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. We added a class named active to the first star, which gives us the color gold for that star. In this section, we're going to use JavaScript to add this active class to the stars, we are clicking, and also we're going to change these emojis, and we're going to have the same emoji related to the rating. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and here on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js. Before adding JavaScript to our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. So we just write SC and we choose the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. Now we have a script tag, and also we have in SRC, because both of the files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, the destination of the link or URL would be just index.js. All right, we save the file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section and we go to index.js for adding functionality to the project. The first things we need to bring to and use it inside JavaScript is these stars. The stars has the class of FA star. Uniquely, they have FA star classes, so we can return these elements using query selector method. Because there are more than one, we can use query selector all to return all of them. So we create a constant here. We call it stars element, and we tap to the document dot query selector all. Because it's a class, we need to add dot here, and the class name was fa-star. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly in the left side. Now that we have all the stars, we can log them and you can see them first, what we have. So star element, we log them. So we go to DevTools pane to open the console. As you can see, we have 5 stars, each of them with the different classes. So we got all of them using query selector all. And then we need to add a add event listener method to each star. So it's going to handle the click of the stars. So we add, in order to add event listener to all of them, we need to first loop through this array. This is an array of 5 elements. So we can use for each method to execute a function once for each element of this array. So we just write this array first, and then we use for each method to execute a function, and we can get each star element here in the input of the function. So we can add the add event listener method to each of them now. So we just write add event listener. Add event listener has 2 parameters. The first parameter is the event handler. The event we want to handle is click. So we right click here as a string. Then we have a function that will be triggered once the event happens. Once someone click, we can trigger this function. So we just check that it's working by using a console log. We just say clicked, and we can also get the index of each star here. We just need to add index here. So let's check the clicked, and also we can get the index here. So we open the console. If we click on, for example, the last star, we get clicked, and the number of the index is 4 because it starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we click on the third one, we get clicked 2. All right, so now we have the index, and also we can track the clicks. So let's call a function that update the rating. So we call the function update rating, and we can pass this index to that function. So we create the function just here. We just say function update rating, and we're going to get the index as well. So here we're going to loop through the stars again, and we're going to add the class active, which is going to have the style different color. So again, we just loop through the stars element using for each method. We get each element here, and we're going to also we get the index as well. So because we use index here, we can use some other name to not be like a mixed. So it's going to be confusing if you use the same name. So we just use IDX here, and we just say if we wanted to like active the stars before the one that we click. For example, if we click the third one, we want the first, second, and third to be gold, and the others to be gray. And if we click on the fourth one, we want the first 4 to be gold. So we say if the index is less than this index that we are clicking, because this one we click is the index is 3 instead of 4, and this one is 4 because it starts from 0. We need to add a 1 to have exactly the number. We say if the IDX is less than index plus 1, we want to add the active class to that star. So we just say that a star element dot class list dot add, the class we want to add is active. All right, so we click on the fourth one. As you can see, all the stars from beginning to the 4 became gold. But if we click on the third one, the the star which is gold and it's in the index more than the 3 is still gold. So in order to remove that, we need to add an else here. We see else a star element dot class list, and we're gonna remove it. Remove the class active. Sorry, active. Yeah. Now, if you click on the fourth one, we're getting the same as before. But if you click now on the second one, the other two is going to return to the gray color. So now we can test it. It's working fine. So the next things we need to do is to change the emoji related to the rating. So we get angry for the first star. We want to get the meh and also smile or the frown, or the last one is the laugh icon. In order to get them, if you remember, I told, as we practiced before, by changing the translate X here in the far, we were getting the next emoji. For example, we do it again, minus 50 pixels, we get the next emoji. So we're going to change this translate X function to get the associated one. So inside this function, we need to target the emojis. First, we need to bring the emojis inside here. The emojis has the class of FAR. So we just say const emojis element. We want to get all of them. So we need to use query selector all method as above. And the class is FAR. So here at the bottom, we just say emojis, and we're going to loop through all of them, and we get each emoji element. And the things we want to do is change the style of this emoji and change finally the translate X function. So we just change the style, and the style we want to change is transform method as we did here, transform method and translate X function. So, and this one is equal to translate X function, and if we just change it to minus 50 pixels for testing, and if you click on any stars, we didn't see any change. No, we have to get the emoji element, not emojis element, each of them. So if you press on the fourth one, we get the second one, actually, because it's just the minus 50. All right. So instead of minus 50, we just say we add a variable. Instead of minus 50, we just get the index of the star, which is here. We are getting here index, and multiply this to 50. For the first star, because the index is 0, we get this translate X0, so we get the angry one. For the second one, the index would be 1, so the translate X is minus 50 pixels. But we're still not getting the variable because we are using the double quote. We should use backtick to use the variable inside this. So now we click on the second one, we get the frown. Third one, we get the meh. Now smile, and the last one is this laugh. Let's add some transition for emojis. So when we click on the different emoji, we see a transition. So with transition would be on the transform property, and just 0.2 seconds. So when we click on the last one, we get the laugh, smile, meh, and from, but we are seeing them with the transition. Let's change the color of the emoji as well. So for example, for the first star, we get the red emoji. For the last one, we get a green one. So we can add the colors at the top of the JavaScript file. We just make an array of colors. So the first color would be red. Then we have, for example, orange. Then light blue. These are the optional colors. You can use any color you like. Just the last, we have light green, and the last one would be green. Yeah. And then we want to change the color of the emoji based on these colors. So here, after changing the transition, we can change the color as well. So we just say emoji element dot style, style, and the style we want to change is color, and we set the color to be from that array that we created. The name is color. Well, we can add the AR here to don't just say colors array, so we don't make a mistake later for reading the codes. So we just say colors array, and we need to add a index here. So we just write index. The index we are getting is actually the same index here we are getting from the add event listener click handler. So now if we click on the, for example, the last star, we can see that the smile icon has the green color. The fourth star, we get the light green, we get the light blue, orange, and also the first one is red. But if you refresh the page, we see the icon is just black, because we haven't clicked in any stars yet. So in order to avoid this, we just call this function just at the beginning. We just say update rating, and we just say the index would be 0 at the beginning. So anytime someone comes to the website, first is they see the icon to be red, and the default is 1 star, the first star. And then if they change the star, they can see the different icons and the emojis and also the star. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and it was interesting for you. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create an incrementing profile statistics. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3, like a working experience, website made, and apps made. We have 3 icons, the briefcase, cloud and the Apple icon, which we are getting from the font awesome. And then we have 3 numbers at the middle representing our work experience, website made, and apps made. If you refresh the page, we can see the numbers starts from 0 and increment until they get to the last number. If you may notice, you can see that they get to the last number at the same time. We are going to use JavaScript setTimeout method to create and trigger a function that increments number from 0 to the end, but proportionally. So they're going to finish at the same time. So in the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop. We click on the New folder to create a new folder, and we name the folder, for example, Profile Statistics, which is the name of our project. We just write Profile Statistics. And here we click on the Select folder. We close the Get Started tab again. And now we can create our HTML file. So on the left side, which is the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. As you can see, now we have the index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, obviously, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have the HTML5 boilerplate. In the boilerplate, the first line is the doc type, which tells the browser what or which version of HTML the page is written in. In our case, we are using HTML5 and we just need to have HTML here. Then we have the HTML tag, which covers both of the head and the body tags. The length attributes in opening HTML tag sets the language of the page, and in our case, the language is English. Then we have meta tags and the title tag. The charset attribute in the first meta tag defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 for all the developers because it contains nearly all the characters and symbols. And also we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. And the first part of the viewport meta tags sets the width of the page to the device's screen page, which means, for example, if we have a mobile screen, the width will be smaller than a computer screen. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. So the second part in the viewport meta tag is setting the initial zoom level of the page, which is in our case is 100% of the zoom. Then we have the title, which set the title of the page. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the live preview extension. We just need to right click and click on live preview, show preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be profile statistics. Now we can see the profile statistic as the title of the page. Then in the body section, we add a container, and we just call the container a stats container. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion. So we have now a div with the class of stats container. We close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. So we drag this line to the left, and we open the browse here. All right, we open this div, and inside this div we want to add some icons, and then a counter number, and also a h4 tag. For adding the icons in our website, we can use the Font Awesome website. So we go back to our desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here we search for Font Awesome. In the first result, fontawesome.com, we click on icons. We just wait a little bit. Now we can search for the icons we would like to have. I would like to have briefcase for the first one, this one, the briefcase. We click on this icon. And then here we can copy the link tag, which is an I tag with a class of FAS and FA briefcase. We click to copy the HTML tag. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We cannot see the icon yet because we must add a link to the Font Awesome CDN within the HTML code. So we go back to the browser and we open a new tab, and here we search for CDN.js. CDN.js is a website so you can find any CDN you like, including Font Awesome. We click here, cdnjs.com. And here in the search bar, we search for Font Awesome. We just write font, and in the results section, we click on Font Awesome version 5.15. If you scroll down a little bit here in the first section, we just click here to copy the link tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag, we paste the link using Ctrl V. Now we can see the briefcase inside the browser. I want this briefcase to be bigger, so we just add here FA-3x to make it 3 times bigger. After this briefcase, I want to add a counter div. We just add a div with a class of counter, and we just want to add some number. For example, we want to add, I want to add 15 as a work experience. So, and then we need the attribute here for setting the data. We call it the data seal. We want this, the maximum number will be 15. And we set the data seal to be 15 as well. So in the JavaScript, when we are incrementing the numbers from 0, by using this attribute, we know the maximum number we want in each counter. All right, after this div, we can have a h4 tag, just saying, for example, year experience. So just experience. All right. We just need to copy this. Let's add some class to the font awesome too. So later we can style them in the CSS. We just write here icon, and we copy this div 2 times using Alt-Shift arrow down. So we just copy 1 time, 2 times. So in the second one, instead of having briefcase, we want to have our how many websites we made. So we just add a cloud here. We just say cloud. You can see a cloud. And here, instead of having year experience, we just say website made. The last one will be the application. So here, instead of having briefcase, we just want to add Apple sign, but FAS is a solid. I want FAB to have the Apple. And if we search in the font awesome Apple, we can see here, if we click on Apple, which is the logo of the Apple company, the class is FAB, FA Apple. All right, we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we just say apps made. All right, now we have our icons, briefcase, cloud, and Apple. The work experience, the first one, the year experience is 15. For the website, for example, we say 260. And for the apps, just for example, say 27. Just as an example. All right, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we are going to use CSS to style the project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start using CSS for styling our project. First, we create a CSS file. Here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style index.css. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and we scroll up a little bit, and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use CSS in our project. We just save the file using Ctrl S and we go to install.css and we start installing our project. First, we start from body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces, and first we remove the space around the body element using margin 0. We just need to remove the default margin of the body. Just write margin 0. As you can see in the browser, we don't have any margin around the body section. Then we can use first we remove the Explorer section so we can have more space. Then we can use display flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. So we write here display flex. As you can see, the items came next to each other. That is very good. Then we can use justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally. In order to bring the items to the center vertically, we just first need to set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height. So we just write height 100 VH, which means 100% of the viewport height. Then we can use align item center to bring the items to the center vertically. Also, we can use text align center to bring the items, inline items to the center. Let's change the background color to be, for example, yellow. Then we change the font family to be, for example, cursive. All right, that was it for the body section. Let's add some margin around each container and also set the width and height for them. In the index.html, the div that covers each counter is the stats container. As you can see, we have 3 stats container, which is related to each of these items. So we go back to install.css, and here we just target the stats container. We open a set of curly braces. We add a margin here first. We just say margin 20 pixels. And let's add some border. We just make the border dotted. Now we can see them. Let's change the color of the border to be green. And let's change the width, the mean width, to be 200 pixels. So we can see them now like this. And then we have the height to be 100 pixels. So yeah, let's bring these icons to the top center of the box. And also we want this to be responsive when we have a smaller size. They come at the top of each other. So we want the body, the flex direction to be column when we have a smaller screen. So we can add it here. We just add a media query. And here, instead of a screen, we just say a max width to be, for example, of 500 pixels. And then we just say body flex direction to be column. Let's try it. Yeah. Now we can see them on the top of each other when we have a smaller screen. Let's change this to 600. Yeah, that's better. And we can bring this briefcase or cloud to the top as well. So we just target this icons. We have icon class for all of the icons, 1, 2, 3. So we target them here. We just say dot icon, and we position them absolute, but we want this to be absolute in relative to its container. So we just change the position of this to be relative. And then we just say top minus 20 pixels, or maybe 30 pixels. And then we bring them 50% from the left. But the 50% from the left actually bring these icons, the edge of the icon to the center. But we can use transform translate x minus 50 pixel to bring them to the center like a perfect, the middle to be in the center. Now let's target this number so we can see them. So the number has a class of counter. So we just say dot counter. Let's increase the size first. We just set it to be 50 pixels. And let's increase the size of this container to look a little bit better. So we just change this to 200 to 300 and this one to 200. Let's see this one in the browser. So we open it in the browser. Yeah, that's looks a little bit too big actually. So we just change this to 100 and this one to 200. Sorry about that. So I just want to test that it looks okay or not. Yeah. Let's bring this counter to the center and decrease its size. Now the counter, where is the counter? Yeah. just let it to be 40, and we bring it to the center. We just position this to be absolute first, and then we bring it to the center by just saying left 50%, and this one brings the edge to the middle, so we just change the transform, translate x to minus 50%, and then we just need to add some padding to the stats container. Just say 20 pixels. So the counter is almost in the middle. We just need to bring this text to the bottom. So we just target them because they have the tag h4. So we just can say here at the top, we just say, or we target them under this. We just say stats container h4, and we position them first absolute, and we bring them to the bottom. Just say 1 pixels, and we bring them to the center using left 50% and transform, translate x minus 50% like the one we did at the top. And also, we don't want this text to be in 2 lines. We can prevent line wrapping using white space, no wrap. There you can see the suggestion. Now we have the text in 1 line only. And let's change the color of this text to be green too, so we can match the border. So we just say color green. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. Let's increase the size of the counter a little bit more to be 50 pixels. That looks better. We check it in the browser too. So we already have here. Yeah, it looks okay. Because my computer screen is very small, we always zoom it like 80% to be like a normal computer. So you're gonna see it in your computer like this, in this form. Yeah, that was it for the HTML, for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. We decrease the size of the browser, and here in the left, we open the Explorer section. We use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. Here we can right-click and we click on the new file to create our JavaScript file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JS file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. SRC actually defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.js and index.html, are located at the same directory, we just need to write here index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So we save this file. Actually, we have a typo here. This one should be years. So first fix this one. All right. We save the file. We go to the JavaScript file to start adding functionality. We have to target the counter, this number. They have the class of counter, as if you see here, all of them, they have a class of counter, 1, 2, 3. We can bring them inside the JavaScript, or we can say we can return them using query selector method. We just need to make a constant. We call it counters element. It means all of them. And we just, inside the document, we use query selector all, because we want to bring more than one counter. So we just inside the parentheses, we add a double quote and we say dot counter, because the counter is a class. We add a dot here. Let's close this Explorer section so we can have more space, and we can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely. So here we need to loop through all the counters, first of them, second, and the last one. We just need to use for each method to execute a function once for each element of the array that we are getting here. This is actually an array of 3 elements. So we use for each method to get each element. So we call the element counter element. We make a function, and first we can set the numbers to be 0, because we want to start from 0. So we just say counter element, which we are getting from here, dot inner text, because we want to change the text inside the counter. So we just set it to be 0. Now we can see all the counters are 0. All right. Now we need to create a function to increase the number of this every, for example, a few milliseconds. We can create a function, and then we can use set timeout method to trigger that function every few seconds. So we create the function here. We call the function, for example, increment. Increment counter. First, we need to call this function here. We just call it here. And inside this body braces, we add our function. First, we need to get this number, the 0. So we just say current number or current, yeah, just say we just current num. And we make this one as a variable. Current num is equal to counter element dot inner text, but this one is a string actually. We should convert this one to number, so we can add a plus at the beginning. And also we want to get this data seal. So we want to know what is the maximum number that we can reach. So we create another constant. We just say const, because we don't want to use it again. We can just say constant. Actually, we don't need this one let to. We just, because we never use them again, we don't want to change this one again. So we just say const data seal. Oh, sorry, seal equal to this counter element. We want to get this attribute. For getting the attribute, we just need to, we can use the get attribute method. We just write get attribute, and inside the parentheses, and instead of a double quote set, we just write data seal, the same as this. All right. So now we have the current number and the data seal. We can console log data seal, and we check them in the console. All right. So we just open the DevTools pane, and we can get, now we are getting the data seal. The first one is 15, 260, and 227. All right. Next, we need to set how many increment the number should be. For example, this one goes from 0, 1, 2, 3 to 15, and this one is 250. We cannot increase it 0, 1, 2, 3, because we want all this number to reach to their data seal at the same time. So we need to have some as we call it, increment number. So we make another constant, and we just say increment, and we just want this data seal, whatever the data seal is, divided to the smallest one, because this one, we want this to be 0, 1, 2, 3 to 15, and this one we want it to be exactly like this and finish at the same time. So we target the smallest number, so we just say here 15. So this one would be 1, and this one would be a big number, like around 10. So now we have the increment, So each time we have to update the current num. So in this case, that actually should be lit. So I made a mistake here. Sorry about that. So we just say current num equal to its previous value plus this increment. So that should be fine. We check the console if we don't get any error. That's fine. And yeah, we set this current counter element dot inner text to this current number here. As you can see, that in the first loop, after calling the function, we got the current number, and then we set the data seal, and we say the increment would be data seal divided by 15. And then we updated the current number in the first loop, and we set it inside the text. The first one is 1 because it divided by itself. The second one is 17.33, and the last one is 1.8. So the problem is this: we don't want these numbers. We want these numbers to be rounded, so we can easily, before this, add a math here and just say, sorry, math dot seal, and then we put them inside a parenthesis. So now we have 1 here, we have 18 and 2. So now we finish this one. We just need to call this function every, for example, 50 milliseconds using the set timeout method. But we don't want this to be infinite. So we just say until this current number is smaller than the data target, the data seal. Until it's smaller than this one, we just do this. We just call this function by using set timeout. We just say increment counter every, for example, 50 milliseconds. So the data target was 260. What we are getting now, 270. And here it was 27. We are getting 28. So that is actually wrong. So instead of seal, math.seal, we have to do math.floor, actually. Floor. So now we are getting 15. 200, and we're still getting more than that for this one. So this one is correct now, but this one still is more than that. It's passing because this if is before this. So actually we just have to bring this one inside. So now we are getting number less than the data target, but still is not the data target. So we just need to add a else here. We just say else, just set the counter element dot inner text to the data seal. So now we are getting exactly the data seal. So 15, 260, and 27. We can increase the speed by just decreasing this number. For example, put it 10, we get it very fast. 100, we get it slower. I feel that the best number is 50 milliseconds. Let's check it inside the browser. We refresh. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, let's try this math seal again. I want these numbers to finish at the same time. So we go here, we refresh again. Now they are finishing at the same time because we were using the floor. This was 15 and this was 27 divided by 15, and we floor it. That was wrong because it was getting 1 for the increment and it was taking twice as this one almost. Now we finished all the numbers at the same time. Yeah, that was it for the project. I hope you enjoyed, and sorry about some mistakes in the codes. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a rotating image gallery. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a rotating gallery that is changing every, for example, 3 seconds. And also we have 2 buttons here. So when we click on the next button, we go to the next image, and when we click on the previous button, we go to the previous image. We are going to use JavaScript to dynamically change the images by using timers and also add event listeners for these buttons. And also we are going to use the transform method of CSS to rotate these images like this. In the next section, we are going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder, for example, Rotating Image Gallery. And we press enter to accept the name. And here we click on the select folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html. And we press enter. Now we have our index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, and the first line is doc type, which tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. In our case, as we are using HTML5, we just need to have HTML here. Then we have the HTML tag, which is the top level element inside the HTML file. The head and the body tags are inside the HTML tag. The length attribute inside the opening HTML tag sets the language of the page. And in our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head tag, which includes 3 metadata tags and also a title tag. The charset attribute inside the first metadata tag defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 for all web developers because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. The next metadata attribute tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. The viewport metadata tells the browser on how to resize the page. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. And here, the content attributes firstly sets the page's width to device's screen's width, and then it initializes the zoom level of the browser to be 100%. The title tag actually sets the title of the page. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the live preview extension, and we just need to right-click in the index.html file, and we click on the live preview show preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left so we have more space on the right side. And let's change the title of the browser to our project's name. The project's name was Rotating Image Gallery. Now, after that, we start coding inside the body section. First, we create a container for the images. So we create a div with a class of image container. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion. And inside this div, we add 8 images, but we put the images inside a span tag because we want to rotate them using a transform property later inside CSS. For first span, the style would be --i equal to 1. This one is actually we are defining the variable for each span, and the variable is I, and we set the first one to be 1. In this case, we can rotate each image 45 degrees later using CSS, and each image would be different because they have different variable number and amount. Inside this spam, we add an image tag, and the src would be an external image. In this project, I would like to use a website called Lorem Pixum to get the images. So we go back to desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here in the search bar, we search Lorem Pixum. In the search result, we see a website called lorempixum.photos. So we click on this website. This is actually a website that gets all its images from unsplash.com website, but in order to get the images, we don't need to have any codes or any API key or sign up. As you can see from here, we can get a specific image by adding id/image. So here we have https pixum.photos/id, and the ID is 237 for this dog picture. Then the 200 and 300 is the height and the width of the image. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code and we paste it inside the src of the image. Now we can see the dog in our browser, but I want it to be with 300 and 200 opposite. So we have this form of image in our browser. We don't need the alt for this project, and we just need to copy this spam and the image inside it 7 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we change the ID of the style of the second one to 2. And also we can change the ID of the image to get another random image. But this image would be always the similar when we refresh the page. So it's a static image. So we change the number, for example, to 23. As you can see, the next one. The third one would be 3 for the style, and we set another random number, for example, 48. We can see here. This one would be 4. This one we just say, for example, 97. There's no image with this number. We just change it to 23, for example. Oh, we already used 23, so 12. And then the next one is 5. The number would be, for example, 59. Then we have 6. Sorry, 6 is here. And then we have the number, for example, 160. We got this font image. Then we have 7. This one, 370. And this, the last one, 8. And the picture, we just say 478. All right. This is just a random image we got from this website. You can use any website you like and any image you like in your own project. So let's continue for our own project and After this div with the class of image container, we have another div with a class of button container because we want to have two buttons at the bottom to go to the next and the previous images using these buttons. So we just have a div with a class of btn container, and inside this div we have two buttons. The first one has the class of btn and also an ID of prev for previous, and inside this button we just write prev. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion, and here we have the button with the class of btn and ID of prev. We copy this button and we just change this to next, and this one to next as well. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here in the index.html, we click here and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html file, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute here defines the destination of the link, and as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write style.css for the URL. Now we can install our project using CSS. First, we save the file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section to have more space on the left side, and we go to style.css and we start styling from the body section. We just write body, we open a set of curly braces, and first we remove this default margin and we just write margin 0. Then let's bring the items to the center horizontally by changing the display to flex, and use justify. As you can see, when we change the display to flex, the buttons came next to the pictures, but we want the buttons to be after the pictures. So we change the flex direction to column to bring the buttons to the bottom of the page. Now we can use align item center to bring the bottoms to the center, and also text align center to bring the pictures to the center. And also we want to bring everything to the center vertically as well. So we need to set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, and then we change the justify content center to bring everything to the center vertically. And also let's change the background color to be black. And let's remove these scroll bars using overflow hidden. All right. Now you can not see the buttons, but when we install the image container and its images, we're going to bring the images next to each other so we can see the buttons later on. So we go to the next section for styling and we install image.container div, which covers all the images of our project. So here we target that div by using dot, and we just write image-container, and we open a set of curly braces. Let's set the width to be 200 pixels, and we set the height to be 200 pixels as well. And let's change the transform style to preserve 3D because we want to have a 3D effects on the images. And we change the transform we use the transform property and we use the perspective function and we set the perspective to 100 pixels. Sorry, 1000 pixels. Later, I'm going to explain why I choose 1000, but you cannot see it now. But later, we're going to change it and see the effects on the browser. First, we need to install the images and everything first to see the effects of this perspective. So next, we change the rotate Y and we set the angle to be 0 degree. We're going to see the effects as soon as we style the span and the image. Let's style the span first. So we target the image container and we set the span. We position it absolute, and in order to be absolute depending on its parent here, we should set the image container, we set its position to relative. So the span would be position absolute in relative to image container. Then we set the top and left to 0. And also we set the transform here. We set the rotate Y. If you remember, here for the style of a span, we put a variable and we set different variables, different number. For example, I is 1, 2, 3 to 8. So we're going to change the rotate Y depending on this variable amount. So here we calculate the degree by just using the variable we had here, I, and we multiply this to 45 degree. As you can see, we can see the changes in the pictures. So each picture is rotating 45 degree and it's different from the other picture. For example, the first one is 45 degree, the second one is 90 degree, and so on. And also, if you wanted them to be in a circle, in a sphere form, we need to add translate Z, and we set it to be, for example, 400 pixels. Now if we open this in a browser, you can see it better. You can see that all the images are around each other. And if we style the image itself, this image here, the image tag, so we target that image tag by just say dot image container, the span, and then the image. First, we position it absolute, and we bring it exactly to the center by setting the left and top to 0. And also we set the width to 100%. And if you go here, F. Yeah, we forgot to do this spam here for the width 100%. So we set this one to 100% as well. So now we can see the all images around each other and in a nice way. So in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to rotate them automatically. But for now, we just first style these buttons. So we target the button container first. So we just say btn-container. And we set the position to be relative because we want to position each button to the left and right, later using position absolute. And we set the width to be 80%. And we set the justify content a space between. So we want them to be one in the left and one in the right side. Then we have each button. We position them absolute. As you can see, now they are on the top of each other, but it's fine. Later, we're going to position them one by one. Actually, we didn't need this justify content because we are using positioning absolute to set the position of the buttons. So we bring this one a little bit down by using button minus 80 pixels. Then we can use the background color to change the color of the button. We set it to be slate blue. We change the color to be white. We remove the border using border none. We add some padding. We set the padding to be 10 pixels up and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. We add some border radius, for example, 5 pixels. And we change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the buttons, we see a pointing hand. All right, let's change the color of the button when we hover over it. So we just say btn hover, and we add a filter. And the filter is brightness, and we want to brighten it 50% more. All right. After this, let's position each button. The left button has an ID of prev, and we set it to be in the left side 20%. We can see it here. And for the next one, we have next, and we set the right to be 20% as well. Now, if we change the size of the screen, we still see the buttons at the right and left. All right. In the next section, we are using JavaScript to change this gallery automatically, for example, every 3 seconds. And also, we're going to use add event listener method to add an event handler to each button. So when we click on them, we go to the next or the previous image. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js. And we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch back to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we save this file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section, and the elements we need to bring to the JavaScript are 3 things. These 2 buttons and also this container, the image container. The reason we need this image container is we want to change this style inside the image container. This one, the transform perspective 1000 pixels and rotate y 0 degree. Because by changing this number, we're going to change the image. For example, now it's 0. If we change it to 45, we go to the next image. And also, if we change to 90, we go to the second one. So by changing this rotate y function and its amounts from 0 to and a step-by-step 45 degree, we can change the images in the gallery. So we set it first to be 0, and we need to bring this one to the JavaScript. We can use query selector method to return this element, and also we can use get element by ID method to return these 2 buttons because they have an ID of prev and next. So inside JavaScript, we create a constant and we set it to be image container element. This is the name of the constant, and then we set it equal to document.query selector, and the CSS selector is .image container. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap to see the code clearly. Then the next element is the left button, or the prev. We just call it prev element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is prev. We copy this using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. We change this prev to next, and this one too to next. Now we are going to add event listener method to each buttons to track the click on them. And when we click on the next, we want to see the next image. And when we click on the previous button, we want to go back to the previous image. So first we add the add event listener to the previous one. We just say .add event listener, and the first parameter inside the add event listener is an event handler, and the event handler we want to use is click, and the second parameter is a callback function which will be triggered when the event happens. I mean when someone click on the button. So when this one happens, first we want to change that. Let's make a variable for this 0 and 45. So we call it x. We just say let equal x. Sorry, let x. First we equal it to 0. And when someone click in the back, we want to change this to x equal x plus 45. So we want to add 45 degree to the x. And after that, we want to update the gallery. So we create a function called update gallery. And here we create the function. We just write function update gallery. We open a set of parentheses and a set of curly braces. And the gallery, the update gallery function, the things it does is change the style of this transform property here. This transform property. So we target that. We just say image container element dot style dot transform, and we equal this to this one is a style is equal to, we want to add this variable, so we add a backtick to be able to add variables. And we just write perspective and this one is constant. We just set it to be 1000 pixels, and we change the rotate Y. Instead of just 0 degree, we just add a function here. Sorry, we add a variable here by using $sign and a set of curly braces. And after that is degree. So this one is X. So when we click on the previews, we can change this one. So first we check rotate Y perspective. This is wrong perspective. And also we write down here update wrongly. So we delete this extra A here. Now we click on the previews. We can see the previous image. Well, let's add some transitions so we can see it more smooth. So we go back to install the CSS, and here we add a transition on transform, and we set it to be 0.7 seconds. Now we see a transition between moving the images. Let's do the same things for the next button as well. So we copy this and we just change this prev to next. And this one, instead of plus, should be minus. So now we click on next, we see the next image, and here we see the previous one. Let's add some timer so we have some a slideshow as well. So here inside the gallery, we add a set timeout method. Set timeout method actually set a timer which executes a function after the timer expires. So we just write set timeout. Set timeout has two things. The first is the function that will be executed when the timer finish, and the second parameter is the timer, and it's in milliseconds. So if we just write 3000, it means 3 seconds. So we want this set timeout, call this function after 3 seconds, and we just want to go to the next one. So we change the x to x minus 45.2, and we call this update gallery. But before doing this one, first time we need to call this function to this loop starts. So we just call a function here. So now after 3 seconds, we see that the gallery is moving. But the problem is when we click on the next or previous button, we're going to call this function more, and we are setting too many set timeout at the same time, so which they are making problem in our project. So before calling the this function, we need to reset the set timeout. So we can just create a variable here. We call it set timeout, or we just say timer, and timer will be equal to this set timeout, and we're going to clear timeout, and the timeout we want to clear is this timer. So we copy and paste it here as well, and it should be before calling the function. Now when we click on the next or the previous, first we reset the set timeout, so it's not gonna interfere its normal working. Let's check it inside the browser. You can see here, refresh the page. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a new year countdown. As you can see from the final version of the project, we are having a timer that is decreasing and getting closer to 2022. The time that I am recording this project, it's 2021 December 6. So 25 days, 2 hours, and 50 minutes is left to 2022. We are going to use JavaScript to dynamically create these numbers and get the current time and date from the computer and update it inside this container. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder New Year Countdown. Which is the name of our project, and we press enter. And here we click on the select folder to select the folder. We can close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. We right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. Now we have our index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation point and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, which includes doc type at the first line, which tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. And we just write HTML as we are using the HTML5. Then we have the HTML tag, which includes the head and the body tags. The HTML tag is the top level element inside the HTML file. And the lang attribute sets the language of the page. As we are using English for our project, we just need to write en for the lang attribute. Then we have the head tag, which includes 3 metadata tags and also 1 title tag. The charset attribute inside the first metadata tag defines the HTML character encoding. And UTF-8, which is recommended by HTML5 for web developers because it contains nearly all the characters and symbols, is chosen for the charset of our project. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. Then we have the content attribute inside the last metadata tag, which has two sections. The first section tells the browser to set the width of the page to the device's screen's width. For example, if we have a mobile screen, the width will be smaller than the computer screen. The second part of the viewport meta tag and the content attribute is setting the initial zoom level of the browser. And as a default, it sets to be 100%. And also we have a title tag here, which sets the title of the page. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. We just need to right-click in the index.html file, and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we have the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the titles document. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And let's change the title of the page to the name of our project, which is New Year Countdown. So now we can see the change inside the tab of the browser, the New Year Countdown title. And let's continue for our index.html inside the body section. And we just added h2 tag for heading. And we just write countdown to New Year. After that, we add a div with a class of just year, because we want to add the year 2022. The time that I'm recording the video is December 2021, and the 2022 is the next year, so I just write 2022, but it depends on when you're watching this video. And you can use 2023. And then we have another div with a class of countdown, which we are writing day, hour, minutes, and seconds. So we have another div inside this div with the ID of day. We just right now just be hard-coded 0, and later we're going to change this one using JavaScript dynamically. So we copy this 3 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. We change this day to hour. So sorry about the language is changed. So this one is hour. Then we have minutes. The last one is second. We just set it to be 0 for now, but we're going to change it dynamically using JavaScript. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we click and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. On the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. And we name the file is style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the href or URL of our style sheet. Now we can use CSS in our project, so we just save this file using Ctrl-S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side, and we go to style.css to start styling our project. First, we start with the body section, so we just write body. We open a set of curly braces, and first, we remove the default margin of the page. So we just write margin 0. Then let's change the display to flex to be able to bring the contents to the center horizontally. So we just write display flex. Then as the flex direction now is row, we see these things next to each other. We just change the flex direction to column. And now we can use align items center to bring the items to the center horizontally. And then for bring them to the center vertically, we need to first set the height of the page or body section to 100% of the viewport height, which means 100% of the page's height. Then we use justify content center to bring everything to the center vertically. Let's change the font family and change the font of the page using font family property, and we set it to be, for example, cursive. Then we change the background color to be, for example, slate blue, and I think that's enough for the body section. We keep continuous styling our project with this H2 and the year. So we target the H2 here. We just write H2. First, we change the color to be white. Then we make the text, we change it to uppercase and make everything capitalized using text transform property, and we use uppercase here. Let's increase the space between each letter using letter spacing, and we set it to be 4 pixels. That's it for this part, H2. Let's start the year 2022. We just target this class. So we just write here, dot here. We open a set of curly braces and we just increase the font size to 5 EM. We change the color to be white. And we make it a little bit bold. We use font weight, bold. All right. And let's continue with these zeros, which is the day, hour, minutes, and seconds. So first we target this container box or container div that we have here. So we target this using dot countdown. Dot countdown. We just missed the T here. We add some margin, 30 pixels. So push it a little bit down, and we change the background color to be black, but with 30% transparency. So we can use RGBA function, and we set 0 for red, 0 for green, and 0 for blue, which gives us the black color. And we use 0.1 for 10% transparency. We can see the background color there, but we have to set the width to 100% to see it all the way. Then we change the color of the text to be white, and we change the height to be 120 pixels. And the next thing is just change display to flex to bring these zeros to next to each other. And we can use justify content center to bring everything to the center horizontally, and align item center to bring them to the center vertically. But after this, we can target each of them, each of these numbers using this div. We just say countdown and target each of them. So we just say countdown div, and we just set some margin here. We just say 0 top and bottom, and 15 pixels left and right. So we bring them a little bit. We change the font size to be 2.5 EM. And we change the font weight to 500. So yeah, just this one looks fine. And we want these zeros a little bit upper because we want to add some text at the bottom. Here we say day, like hours, minutes, and seconds. So we just change the margin at top to minus 25 pixels. We could change it here as well, but that's fine too. And yeah, that's it. Next, we go to add this like a day, hours, or other things. So we can target them by using these IDs, but first we just need to add some before pseudo element. So we just say dot countdown, and in the div we use this before pseudo element, and first we add the content to be empty. So we cannot see them. So we have to target them separately to see them first, and then we can position them using this one. So here we just write dot countdown, and we target the day first, and the before should have a content. The content would be days. You can see it here now. So we copy this 3 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down, and this one would be hour. So here it is hours. Then we have, let's capitalize this. Then we have this day. We just say minutes, a minute. And this one is minutes. This one second. And finally we have seconds here. Now we can style them here, all of them together. We just set the position to be absolute. So this one absolute and relative to its parent, which is here. So we position this one relative. Then we just say bottom to be minus 30 pixels. So they come down a little bit. Then we have left 0. And we change the font size to be 0.35 EM. So we make them a little bit smaller. And we change the line height to be 35 pixels. We also uppercase them using transform, text transform. Text transform uppercase. And we increase the space between each letter using letter spacing 1 pixel. and we change the font weight to be 500, and we change the width to be 100% and height to be 35 pixels. We cannot see these changes, but when we are changing the zoom level of the page, we feel the change. Then we have in order to bring them in the center, we can add at the top text align center here. And we change the width here and at the parent to be 100 pixels. So now from they have a good space from each other because of this 100 pixels. So we can see the days, hours, and minutes in a better way. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically create the numbers here, and which are the real numbers up to the upcoming year, which is 2022 in my case. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we click here and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL or the destination of the link. We can close the Explorer section now because we don't need it anymore and we can have more space on the right side now. And we save this file using Ctrl-S and we start using JavaScript in our project by just bringing some items and elements to the JavaScript. The elements we need is this 0 for days, hours, minutes, and seconds, because we're going to change them dynamically using JavaScript. So this div here has an ID of day, and the other one is hour, minute, and the last one is second. In order to return an element with the attributes, with the ID attribute, we can use getElementById method inside JavaScript. So inside index.js, we create a constant. We call it day element, and we just say document.getElementById method to return that element. And the ID was the ID of the element was day. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. And we close this one a little bit. Let's bring this countdown to new to the center as well. That was H2. So we just say text align center. And also we can remove these scroll bars using overflow hidden inside body section. All right. So everything's fine. We just go to index.js to continue bringing the elements. The next element we want to bring is our. So we just say our element equal to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is our. So we keep continue for the minute element. We create a const. We just say document.get element by ID, and the ID here is minute. Next is second. So we just say we create a constant. We call it second element, and we equal it to document.get element by ID, and the ID is going to be second. All right, now we have everything. The only things we need is to get the data from our computer and get the current date and also the date of the first day of the 2022. All right, so we can get that one using a new date constructor, the date constructor. So we just say new year date and equal to new date constructor, and the date is January 1st, 2022 in my case, and the time is 0, 0, and 0 because it's at the midnight. All right, and we have to use the getTime method to get the time for that exact date. So the getTime is, we use the getTime. And we create a function here to create the new year, the countdown. So we call the function update countdown. We just need to call this function at the top. So when the page is loaded, we're going to use it. So we add an extra A here, we delete it. So now we want to get the time now. The time is now 5:56 p.m. and also the date is 6th of December 2021, the time that I'm recording this video. So we just get this one. We just say const now and we equal it to new date. And the date is just current, so we put it empty. if we put it empty, we just get the current time, and we use the getTime method again. So now we just check now by using console log. We open the console. This one is just a second, is based on second. So if you refresh the page, we see a new number. Each time we get a new number and based on seconds. So each time a few seconds pass and then we get a different number. And also if we console log the new year date, so new year date, so we are getting 2 times. So the new year is this one is always the same. If you refresh the page, we always get the same number for the new year, but the current time is always changing. Yeah. Yeah, let's list this one. And instead of saying new year date, we just say new year time to make more sense. And then we have a gap between now and the new year time. So we create another constant and we call it gap. And gap is this new year time minus now. And the gap is always getting smaller because the new year is constant and now is getting bigger because every second is going up. We can check it by console logging the gap, and we open the console here. Now the gap is this much, and when we refresh it, it gets smaller because it's 63. Here it becomes 55. And each time we refresh the page, we get a smaller gap because the now is getting bigger and this one is constant. All right. Now we can create the second, minutes, hour, and days. The things I mentioned, this number, the new year time, and also now is based on milliseconds. So in order to create the second would be 1,000 milliseconds would be 1 second. So we create a constant called second, which is 1,000, and then another constant is minute is equal to second multiplied to 60. It's actually 60,000 milliseconds. The next one would be hour. And hour is equal to minutes multiplied to 60 as well. And finally, we have day, which is hour multiplied to 24. So we have 24 hours each day. So now we have second, minutes, hour, and day. And finally, we can calculate the remaining days to the new year. So we created here, we just name the day. We just say remaining day. We just call it D, and we equal it to math.floor because it's a fraction, because we want divide gap over day. So this one sometimes becomes not rounded, so we use math.floor. We can console log and check the D. You see the D is 25. If we didn't use math.floor, it would be 25.12 because each second is changing, as you can see here. But we don't want this remaining because the remaining would be the minutes, hours, and days. So we just get the floor and then we use the remaining for the rest. So the next one would be hour. The hour would be the math.floor. Let's change this math.floor to, so math.floor of the remaining of the gap over day. So we get the remaining here by using gap percentage day. This means this is the residual of this division, and we divide this over hour. So now if we console log hour, we see that we get 2. So we have 25 days and 2 hours left to the new year. But because we floor this number, this one has the remaining 2. The remaining would be hour and day. So we create another constant and we call it minute, and this would be math.floor, and this one is the remaining of the gap over hour. So this is the residual of the gap over hour, and this one is over minute. And finally we have second, which is, if we follow the pattern, this won't be the residual of the previous one. So we have gap, the residual of the gap over minute, and this one over second. Now we have day, hour, minute, and second. We just need to put them inside these elements that we brought here. So the first one is day. So we just say day element dot inner text, and we equal it to D. We can see it here, 25 days. The next one is hour element dot inner text, and we equal it to H. We can see 2. Then we have minute element dot inner text equal to M, which is 54 minutes. And then we have finally second dot inner text, which is equal to S. As you can see, now we have 25 days, 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 57 seconds left. And each time we refresh, we get lower amount because we are getting closer to 2022. But we cannot refresh it each time for a user to see the new number. We can use the set timeout method to set a timer to execute a function after the timer expires. So here we create a set timeout method, and the set timeout method is gonna call this function update countdown every 1 second. So 1 second would be 1000 milliseconds. So now we can see every second this number is refreshing, and this function is being called inside the JavaScript. So we always get the new number in the seconds. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a random password generator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a container here with a title random password generator, and we have an input with the icon for copying the password, and also we have a button for generating the password. If we click on the button, we see a password is generated randomly from different characters. And if we click on this icon, we're going to copy the password and see a notification here saying the password is copied. So now if we go to a new tab, for example here, we delete this one and we can paste the password using Ctrl V. And the password is the same as the password here. So we're going to do two things in this project. First, we're going to learn how to create random password. And also next things we're going to learn is how to copy a text inside a project and a website using a button and copy it inside the clipboard. And also we're going to learn how to bring the notification inside the project. This is going to be a little bit intermediate to advanced project. So in the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder, and as usual, I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop. We click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Random Password Generator, which is the name of our project. We press enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button. We close the Get Started tab, and here on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We create our HTML file and we name the file index.html and we press enter. On the right side now we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to write an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we press on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, and the first line is doc type, which tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. In our case, as we are using HTML5, we need just to have HTML in the opening tag. Then we have the HTML tag, which covers the head and the body tags. The lang attribute inside the opening HTML tag sets the language of the page. And in our case, we set the language to be English. The head section includes the metadata and the title tag. The charset attribute inside the first metadata tag defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser in particular to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. The viewport meta tag, which is the last meta tag, sets the browser's initial zoom level and the width. In other words, it tells the browser on how to resize the page. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. The first section in the viewport meta tag sets the page's width to device's screen's width. For example, the mobile screen's width will be smaller than the computer screen. Then we have the initial zoom level of the browser, which is set to be 100%. This tag, which is, the title tag, sets the title of the page. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. We just need inside the index.html file, right-click and click on the Live Preview Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to our project's name, which is Random Password Generator. We can close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. So we open this a little bit more, and inside the body section, first we create a div with a class of password container, which is the main container. Then we have the title of the container, which is a h2 tag, and saying just random password generator. You can see it here, and also you can see the title in the tab of the browser. After the h2, we have a div that covers the input and the icon for the copying the password, and we call it input container. And inside this div, we have an input with a type of text. So we don't need to write down anything, but with the ID of input. Also with the class of input. So here, now we have an input with a type of text as a default. Then we have an ID and class, and also we need a placeholder just saying create password. You can see here, but we don't want to write anything inside the input because we just want to generate the password and we copy it from using an icon here. So we don't need to write anything inside this input. So we make it read only. So we write here read only. So here now we cannot write anything. All right. After this div, after this input, we want to have an icon. And in order to have icon in our project, we can use the Font Awesome website. So we go to the desktop, and here we click on the Google Chrome or any web browser you want to use. And here we search for Font Awesome. In the search result, we have fontawesome.com, and in subsections, we click on icons. So we go directly to icons. There are plenty of icons inside the Font Awesome website. We just wait for the website to be loaded. Today, I have a very slow internet, but it takes a few seconds. And in the meantime, in order to use the Font Awesome in our project, we need to add a link to the Font Awesome CDN to be able to use the Font Awesome. So in the new search bar, we search for CDN.js to find the CDN of the Font Awesome. So as in the search result, we see cdnjs.com, and we click on it. And we search here in the search bar, Font Awesome. And we click on this section. And we scroll down a little bit, and we click here to copy the link tag of the Font Awesome CDN. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag, we paste the CDN of the Font Awesome. And also we go back to the Font Awesome website. Now that the website is loaded completely, we search here inside the search bar the icon we would like to have, which is the copy icon. As you can see from the search result, we have many copy icons. These are pro, so we need to pay for them, but these are free. So we click on this one. And here we can click on this HTML tag to copy it. This is just an I tag with a class of FAR and FA copy. We click here to copy the HTML tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the input, we paste the link. As you can see, we can see the icon inside our project. And after that, we need a button here to generate the password each time we click on this button. So under this div, we create a button and we just add a class of btn to it and we press enter. And inside the button, we just write generate. All right. The next things we want to have is when we click on the copy icon, we want to have a notification saying that the password is copied. The notification comes few seconds and goes away after that. So in order to have that one, we just need to add after this password container div, we create another div. We call it like alert container. It's just an empty div with a class of alert container. So later we're going to add the text inside it and everything using JavaScript. All right, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. We can open the Explorer section again using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, as the same as Found Awesome, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html and just under the CDN of the Found Awesome and at the end of the head section, we just add a link tag and we just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. And the href attribute is the destination of the link, or in other words, is the URL of the link. And as both files, index.html and style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can use the CSS in our project. We save this file using Ctrl-S and we close this Explorer section and we go to style.css to start styling our project. First, we start with the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces. And in order to bring everything to the center, we just need to add display flex. And in order to bring everything to the center horizontally, we can use justify content center. Then we have to set the height of the body section to the 100% of the viewport height, which is the size of the screen. And then we can use align items center to bring the items to the center vertically. And that's fine for the body section. We forgot to remove the margin, the default margin, which is around 8 pixels, and we just say margin 0. The other things, yeah, let's change the font of these texts using font family, and we just set it to be Courier New. And as you can see, we have a kind of passwordy font. And yeah, that's it for the body section. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. And after the body section, we start with the in this box, the container at the top, which has the class of password container. We copy this, we go to solid CSS, we add a dot because it's a class, and we open a set of curly braces. We change the background color first, which we can see what we are doing. We set it to be pink, and we set the width to be 500 pixels, and we add some paddings to push everything inside a little bit. We just say padding 20 pixels. So now we have a nice looking container. Let's add some border radius and around the borders of the container using border radius 10 pixels. And we just add some box shadow. So we have some shadow effects around the element. The box shadow property, the first value of the box shadow property is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0 pixels. Then we have the position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 4 pixels. You can see it here. Then we have the border radius. We set it to be 8 pixels. And we set the color to be black by using RGBA function with 30% transparency. We set 0 for red, green, and blue. And we set 0.3 for alpha value, which means 30% transparency or opacity. Now we can see a beautiful container. Let's add some margins so when we decrease the size, we see some space around the element. So we just set the margin to 10 pixels. So in this case, in the mobile screen, we have a beautiful container as well. All right. That was it for the container. Let's install this input section. The input is inside the div with a class of input container. So we just say input container, and for input container, we want to bring we just add some border. We set it to be like a solid. You can see the border now. And 2 pixels for the width of that one. And we just say black. It's black already, but we just in case we write black. And we add some padding. So we have more space around the elements inside this input container. We just set it to be 10 pixels like this. let's add some border radius. So we have a rounded one. So we just say border radius 10 pixels. And we want these items to be this icon to be at the end and this one to the left. So we change the display to flex, and we use justify content space between to push everything to the different side. And for bring everything to the center vertically, we can use align items center. Also, we don't want this input to have background color or anything. We get to it by just changing this input, and the class is input as well. So we target that one. We just say dot input, and we remove the border first because we already have border for the container. We just say border none, background color to be transparent, and we just everything looks fine, but yeah, we still, when we focus on it, we have some text. We don't need to focus on it because we are generating the password, and when we have something inside, we cannot see the focus value. In order to remove the focus, because in this case we don't need it, we just say outline none, and let's change the color of this. So let's add something inside. So create, we just say add some value here. We just write something so we can style it here, and later we're going to delete this section. So first we change the font size and make it a little bit bigger. We just say 24 pixels, and we add some space between the letters using letter spacing, and we set it to be 4 pixels. And yeah, everything looks fine, and yeah, that looks okay to me. Let's remove this. So later we're going to generate password and set the value using JavaScript, but for now we just remove it. And for the placeholder, we are going to style it. We don't want the letter spacing for the placeholder, so we just say dot input. We can tap to the placeholder pseudo element using double clone, and we change the letter spacing to 0 pixels, and we change the color. The color looks fine actually. We don't need to change. All right. After that, let's style this icon, and this icon actually we can make it bigger inside this class by adding a class of fa2x. All right. And then we just add a class. We can use this class for styling it. If we copy this and we come here and we just change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over this icon, we see a pointing hand. And we change the opacity to be 0.3 as a default. But when we hover over it, so we use the hover CSS pseudo class to change the color of this icon when we hover over it. So we just change the opacity to, for example, 0.7. So we have it hovering effect. All right. Let's install this button next. So the button has a class of btn here. So we target that using .btn, and we just change the background color to black. We change the color to white. So we can see the text inside the black color. Then we remove the border using border none. Let's see. Let's add some padding. We just add some 10 pixels up and down and 20 pixels left and right. And let's add some border radius, for example, 5 pixels. And we add some margin to the top and bottom, for example, 10 pixels, and left and right to be 0. And let's add the size of the text inside by using font size and 20 pixels. This one looks okay. And when we hover over it, we want to change the color. So we add this hover pseudo class. And we change the background color to be, for example, green. Like this. Let's add the cursor to be pointer here as well. So we have a pointing hand when we hover over the button. Then when we click on it, we want to change the size of the button a little bit. So we say btn active, and we change the size using transform property and scale function, and we just set it to be 95%. So when we click, we see a change to the size of the button. Yeah, everything looks fine for the button and for the input. The next things we want to install is this class with the alert we want to have here. So we target this alert container by using its class here. So we position this one fixed, and we give it some width and height so we can see it. The width is 300 pixels, height is 50 pixels, and then we add a color to it. So background color to be light green, for example, and you can see it here. But we want this to be at the bottom right corner. So we position this one, we just say right 20 pixels and bottom 20 pixels as well. Let's add some border radius, for example, 10 pixels. And we add some box shadows similar to the one we did for the main container. So 0 for the horizontal shadow, 4 pixels for the vertical, 8 pixels for the blur radius, and also we want to have a black color with 30% opacity. And inside this, the text, we don't have any text yet, but we just write something like a password copied. And let's install this. So we bring it to the center using display flex, justify content center, and align item center. All right. Let's increase the font size to be 20 pixels. And it looks fine, but we want to remove this this notification after, for example, 4 seconds. And in this case, we want to add a class to this, for example, the class of active. And when this class is applied, we just say dot active and this class dot alert. So we want to change we want to put it outside. For example, now it's in the right 20 pixels, all right? But we want this right to be, for example, minus 300 pixels. So it goes outside. Minus 200 is like here, and 300 is outside. And also, we do this one using JavaScript. We add and remove this class using JavaScript. So just for now, we have it here. So anytime we add the class of active, we're not going to see it. We're going to use JavaScript to add and remove this one. And also, we're going to add some transition in the next section. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with styling our project. In this section, we're going to start using JavaScript to add functionality to our project. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. We can open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. We bring it here at the end, and before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to it inside the index.html file. So we switch to index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. We save this file and we close this Explorer section and we go to the index.js to start adding JavaScript to our project. First, we need to bring this element inside JavaScript using the query selector method or the get elements by ID method, because this button has the class of btn. We can bring it inside JavaScript using query selector method. So here we create a constant and we call it btn element, and we equal it to document.querySelector method. And because it's a class, we just need to add a dot here and we write btn. We can use Alt-C to turn on the vote wrap so we can see all the code. And the things we want to do, we want to add an event listener to this button. So when we click on it, we want to create the password. So we just write btn element.add event listener, and the event we want to add is click. So we write click here, and after clicking, we want to trigger a function. So we create the arrow function. We just write a set of parentheses, a fat arrow, and a set of curly braces. So after clicking, we want to create the password. So we can create a separate function for that one. We just we call that function. We just call it create password, and here we're going to create that password. We just write function create password, and first we need to define the characters we can use inside the password. If you go to the final version of the project that I have provided inside the course, and inside the folder random password generator, there is a text file called source.txt, and I just provided some characters you can copy from here, which has just some numbers from 0 to 9, the alphabet from A to Z, lowercase and uppercase, and also some symbols. So we copy this and we go to Visual Studio Code and we create a constant called characters or chars for short, and we put it inside a double quote. After that, we just another constant, we just say how many characters we want to have inside our password, or in other case we can say password length. So this one is equal to, for example, we just say 14 or 16, whatever you want. All right. Depending on the length of the password and the character we can use, we want to create the password. So the password at the beginning is just, and we just write password. At the beginning is just an empty string, and then we want to add one by one the characters randomly until the 14, the number 14. So we create a for loop. We just write for and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one saying for loop. And as you can see, we have an index starting from 0. We want it to be until the password length. So from 0 to 14 in this case. And we want to, between these characters, we choose one. We create a random number, and the number will be the one we want to use and choose the character. So we create the random number here. We just say constant random number. We just say random num, and we create this random number using a random method, as we want to have this random number between 0 and at this until here. So we need to multiply this to the character's length. So we just say char dot length. And also we want this random to be like an integer. So we just add some math.floor, because it contains all the numbers. Now we want to just floor it to the lower number. So now we have a random number from 0 to the end. And we want our password that we created here, which is an empty string for now. We add a new character in each loop. So the character, how we choose the character. So inside this, we just say characters from here dot substring. We want to choose a substring based on this random number that we have created. So the random number from the now random number until the random number plus 1. The substring works like this. If you want to get the first character, you can write 0 and 1 to get the first character. If you want the second one, you just have to write 1 and 2, and so on. So when we create a random number here, for example, we create the number 8, and then here we get the 8th number, which is 7, because it starts from 0. All right. If we console log, we can understand it better. So we console log here the random number and also this password each time. We open the console using open DevTools pane, and we need to call this function by clicking on this generate. When we click, as you can see, we created, in our case, 14 random numbers, and from beginning, the first number was 38, and the 38 was this hashtag. So the first character of the password is hashtag. Then we have 12, which is the letter C. All right. So, and then we have 12, which is O, 60 is G, but capitalized, and so on. And until the 14th character of our password, we created the random password like this. And each time we get a new one. As you can see, each time we're creating a new password. And the ones we want to put inside this input is the last one, which is the complete password. All right, we delete this console log, and we just created our password and we got it. We just need to change the input of this here. Instead of create password, we see the password that we have created. First, we need to get this input from the DOM and put it inside the JavaScript. So the input has the class of input and ID of input as well. So we can get it in two ways. We can get it from using getElementById method or query selector method. It's better to get it from the priority is ID for the JavaScript. So we get it here. We just say const input element, and we just say document.getElementById, and the ID is input. So now we got the input, and at the end of creating the password, and after this loop, we just set the input element dot value, which is the value that comes here, equal to the password. So when we click on the generate, and the password is generated, after that, we see the password inside the input.value. And each time we get a new password. All right. The next things we need to do is to add the functionality to this icon. So when we click on it, we want to copy the password inside the clipboard. So let's bring this icon to the JavaScript. The icon has a class of FA copy. So here we can bring it using query selector method. So we just say const, we call it copy icon. Copy icon element. And we just say document.querySelector. And because it has a class, we just write down FA copy. And after this, we can add the event listener to that one as well. So we just say copy icon element.add event listener. And the event we want to add is click. And after that, we want to trigger a function. So we can create a different function for this one as well. We just call it copy password. And we create the function at the bottom. All right. So this one, we want to just, first we need to select this one like this. So the input one, we want to select it using the select method. So now when we generate, when we click on this icon, we're selecting it. So this select icon is okay for the desktop, but for the mobile, if you want to use your project for the mobile, it's recommended to add this as well. So you have to write input element dot set selection range. Set selection range. Set, not say. Set selection range from 0 to 9999. So this section is only for mobile. So if you don't want your project to be used in mobiles, you don't need to add this one. All right. So this one is working, it's selecting. Now we want to copy it. In order to copy it to clipboard, we have to just say navigator dot clipboard, and for copying we can use the write text method. So what we want to copy is inside this input element dot value. So we want to copy this one. So when we click now and we copy it, and let's do this inside the browser. So we open this inside the browser, and then we copy this, when we click this, and then let's paste it here inside this. We can see that it's already copied. I just use Ctrl V. So I'm not using any Ctrl C. Let's create a new password, and we click here to copy, and we go here, and then we just paste it. All right, so it's working. And the next things we need to do to create this, to bring this one password here, instead of saying password copy, we just write the password here and copy it, and make this notification work as well. So we want to change this text here. So we need to bring this div with a class of all alert container. So we copy this alert container. We just under this, we create a constant, and we call it alert container element, and we document dot query selector, and we just say dot, and we paste the alert container. So after the copying the password, we want to change this alert container dot inner text. We want to change the inner text to, instead of just saying password copy, we want to get the password, and we just say copied, and we add an exclamation mark. Let's test this. Yeah, inner text, it's not working because we don't have access to this password. So we just bring this one here. So when we created actually this one, let's add some space, because we don't see the notification at the beginning. So we before even clicking on this one, we can create this text, and then when we click on this one, we copy it, and we bring this notification inside the website. So the user's gonna notify that the password is copied. But before clicking on this icon, you're not gonna see this notification, because we don't have access to this password, because this password is inside this function. So we cannot put it here. All right, so let's add this animation. So when we copy this when we click on this one, we want to add and remove the active class. So in default, we want to have this active here, so we don't see the notification. But when we click on this button, we want to bring this notification inside. So here, we just say alert container element, and we just remove this active. We just say dot remove, and we just say active. So we generate a password, and we click here, and now we see the notification, but it comes very like a quickly. We want to add some transition to this alert container, so we just say transition, and we add a transition like a 0.4 second. Now we see like this. All right, and then we want to remove this notification after a few seconds, so we can use set timeout method. So when we click on this, we want to active a set timeout method, and we just set timeout method is sets a timer that execute a function here, execute a function after the timer expires. For example, we set the timer to 2 seconds, and we want to this alert container and class list, we want to add this active class. All right, so now we test it. We just create a random password, we copy it, it comes, and after 2 seconds goes. We test it again. But the other things is when we don't have any password, this icon still working and saying password copy. We don't want this notification comes when we don't have any password. So here we can add a if statement, and we say if there is something inside this, so there is something inside the input element dot value, then we want to do all these things. So we cut this and bring it inside. So if now there is no password, when we click, no notification comes. But when we have a password here, when we click, the password comes. All right. Yeah, it's working perfectly. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. That was like a intermediate to above project. I hope you learned many things and enjoyed the project, and see you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create an animated search bar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a magnifier with a new morphism design. And when we click on the magnifier, we see a search bar and a microphone. And also, if we click on the magnifier again, the search bar goes back to its original size. In this project, we are using the new morphism design, and we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove classes to have different sizes for our search bar. And also you see an animation in the microphone and the search bar when we close and open the search bar. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. As usual, I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Animated Search Bar. And we press Enter. Here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the New File. We name the file index.html. Now we have our HTML file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point and tab to create an HTML5 boilerplate. In the boilerplate, we have doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML the page is written in. And for the HTML5, we just need to have HTML here. Then we have the HTML tag, which is the top level element in the HTML file and includes head and the body tag. The lang attribute inside the HTML opening tag sets the language of the page. And in our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head section that has the metadata tags and the title. The first meta tag, in the first meta tag, the chart set attribute defines the HTML character encoding, and the UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 for web developers because it contains nearly all the characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is now Edge. The viewport meta tag tells the browser on how to resize the page, and the first part of this meta tag sets the page's width to device's screen. For example, the mobile screen's width will be smaller than the computer screen's width. Then we have the initial zoom level. Let's use the Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. So this part of the viewport meta tag sets the initial zoom level of the page, which in our case is 100%. Then we have the title tag, which sets the title of the page. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Lifesaver extension. So here we just need to right click, and if you have installed Lifesaver in your Visual Studio Code, you can see this part in the menu. So live preview, short preview. We click here, and now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is Animated Search Bar. We can see the change inside the title of the page. Let's close this part. We don't need it now. So we drag this line to the left so we have more space on the right side in the index.html and the browser. Our search bar is going to have a magnifier and also a microphone. So in order to have these icons in our browser and in our website, I would like to use a website called Icon Finder. So we go back, we go to the desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here in the search bar, you're going to search for the icon finder. Actually, the icon we are using is similar to this page, the microphone and also the search, the magnifier. So here we search icon finder. And in the search result, the first website, iconfinder.com, we click on this website. And here we search for first magnifier. And here on the left side, we set the free icons so we can see only the free ones. I would like to choose this one, which is very similar to the one in the Google here. So we click on it and we right click on the image and we click on copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and in the body section, first we create the div with a class of search bar container, and inside this we have a image tag, and in src we paste the link that we have already copied. So we just use Ctrl+V to paste it so we can see the magnifier on the right side. In the alternative one, we just write down magnifier. We just delete this magnifier. Then after the image, we have an input. We have an input with the class of input. The type is text, and we have a placeholder. We can see the input here. We have a placeholder. Let me save the file. We just say search and some dots like this. And after the input, we have another image for the microphone. So we add the image tag and we go back to the iconfinder.com website. And here we search for mic, but for the Google one. So we just say mic Google, and the first one, which is free too, we click on it and we right click and we click on copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste the link inside the src attribute using Ctrl+V. We can see it here. And in the alt section, we just say mic icon. Let's add some class to the images as well, so we can target them later, or we can do the styling. So we just say class. The first image is the we just call magnifier. And for the last one, we add a class of mic icon. All right. That was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. We have brought two icons from iconsfinder.com, and we added an input with a placeholder of search. In this section, we're going to add the styling of our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, index.html and style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can start styling our project using CSS. We save this file using Ctrl-S, and we close the Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And then we go to style.css. First, I would like to decrease the size of these icons to we have a better view of our project, so we can style them easier after that. So we have two classes. We have two images with two classes, the class of magnifier and also the class of mic icon. So we target these two classes using dot magnifier. We just set the width to be 25 pixel. You can see it here. And then we use the dot mic icon for this icon to style it, and we just set the width to be 30 pixels. All right, now we can easier style our project. So before doing anything, we just style the body section to bring the items to the center, change the position and also the background color. First, we remove the space around the body element, the default margin using margin 0, and we can use display flex to bring the items to the center horizontally using justify content center. and we can use height 100% of the viewport height to set the height of the body to the screen size horizontally, and then we can use align item center to bring the items to the center vertically. Then we change the background color to Alice blue. So we have a little bit of the bluish color, similar to white, but a little bit having like a blue color. So in this case, we can have the new morphism design in a better way. In order to have the new morphism design in our project, we need to have a color, we need to have a different color than white, because if you have a white color, you cannot have the shadow at the top, which is white, and you cannot have this design. All right. Let's add the container, change the container and add the box shadow and make the new morphism design. So we're gonna target this div with a class of search bar container. So we copy this class, we go to sol.css and we start styling it. We just need to change the display to flex to bring the items in the same row using align item center. We just change the display to flex first, and then we use align item center to make them completely in the same row. Then we change the background color to be the same as the body, which is Alice blue or Alice blue. Alice blue. Then we have the padding of 5 pixels. And let's add the box shadow first so we can see. So we have 2 shadow for having a new morphism design. First shadow is the under the container, which is the dark shadow, and we have another shadow on the top of the container, which is the white shadow. So the first one, the position of the horizontal shadow is 6 pixels. The position of the vertical shadow is 6 pixels as well. So we can see this is the vertical shadow. This one is horizontal shadow, 6 pixels. And then we have 10 pixels of blur radius. You can see the shadow now. And also we want the shadow to be transparent. So we use the color black 000 and 20% transparency. All right. We can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see the shadow nicer. Let's add some border radius as well. First, we set the width to be 300 pixels. Then we change the height to be 50 pixels. We add a border radius to have a rounded corner. I want it to completely be round in the corners, so we choose the same height, the same border radius as the height, so it's 50 pixels. And let's add another box shadow, which is white and locates on the top left. This one was a bottom right because we had a positive amount of 6 pixel, and 6 pixel goes to the right and the bottom. And for the next shadow, which is white, we have a negative amount of 6 pixel, another 6 pixel negative for the top, so we can see the top and left 6 pixel, 10 pixels blur, and we don't want it to be black, we want it to be white, so we use RGBA function to create a white color. The white color is 255, 255, and 255, but this one we wanted to have 70% transparency. Now we have the neomorphism design for our bar. That's very easy. You just need two shadows. First for the bottom right, black, and for the top left, white shadow. All right. So let's add some margin. We just say margin 10 pixels. So when we have a smaller screen, so we can have some space to the next here outside the bar. All right. And then let's continue styling the magnifier. So we just change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we're going to have a pointing hand. And let's position this absolute to bring it a little bit to the right side. So we position it absolute, and we just say left 20 pixels. But this one actually has a 20 pixels to the screen size. We wanted to have a 20 pixels inside the bar. So we need to change the position of the parent, which is a search bar container, to relative. So the magnifier is here. The parent is search bar container, which is this bar. Let's position this microphone to the right side too. So we just say position absolute, and we want it to be positioned in the right side 20 pixels. Or just 10 pixels is enough, I believe. Yeah. And let's install this input as well. So we target the input with its class, which is input. So we target it here. We just say input. We change the background color to be transparent, so we don't have any background color. Then we have we remove the border using border none, and we just change the margin to be 10 pixels top and bottom and 50 pixels left and right. So we position it very nice in the middle. And let's remove this orange outline. We want to create a design similar to Google, so we're removing this outline, but actually it's been recommended to have the outline for the website. if you have the real website you're designing and you want your user use your website, never remove the outline because it's recommended for people with a disability, and they can use our website as well. But for this only this project, we remove the outline to have a beautiful looking website. All right. And also the color is fine, but I would like to decrease the color of the text. We just set the color. We use RGB function. 100, 100, and 100, which is like a dark gray color. Yeah. All right. So now we want to add a functionality to when we click on this magnifier, it expands, and in normal time we want to have a smaller icon. So in order to do that, we need to add some class, and we need to add a class to our website. Here, for example, we add a class of active, and when the active is added, we want to have a smaller bar. So we say when the active is there, we want the size of this. We want the size of this search bar, instead of being 300 to be only 50 pixels. So we just say if the active exists, the search bar container, it has the width of 50 pixels. We just need to remove this space here. All right. But when we are actually making a 50 pixels, we still have this search input and also the microphone. So we want to remove the microphone on the search as well. So we just say if the active exists, we want this input to be invisible. We just say visibility none, or we just change the width to be 0. And also for the microphone as well, we just say dot mic icon. We want to change the width to be 0. So later we're going to add a transition to the width of the microphone and search is going to increase and decrease with the animation as well. So yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. We have added a class named active to our search bar container, which when we add it, we have a circle, and when we remove it, we have a big bar with the search and the microphone. But when we have this class active, we don't have the microphone or the search bar, and the width of the search bar is only 50 pixels. Let's remove this active class, and we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove this class using toggle method. and we're going to add some animation. So we're going to have like a smaller and a bigger bar, and the transition between these two sizes. So first we create a JavaScript file. We open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and in the Explorer section we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. We drag it to this part, and before using the JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and we scroll down, and here at the end of the body tag we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, for the src attribute, we need to just have index.js. Now we can use the JavaScript for our project. So we close this Explorer section to have more space for the coding part. We close this browser a little bit more, and we go to index.js to start adding functionality to our project. First, we need to bring this magnifier element, so we need to handle the clicking events of this icon. So in order to bring this element, we need to use the query selector method, because this image has the class of magnifier. So in order to return the an element with a class, we can use the query selector method. So here we create a constant and we call it search bar container element, and we equal it to document.querySelector, and the CSS selector was search. I'm always making this mistake. So search bar container. All right. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap, and we add a add event listener method to this element, and the event we want to add is click. So we want to handle the click, and if someone click on this icon, we want to trigger a function which we need to add here. So the things we want to do is to add and remove the active class. Actually, we don't need to add event listener method to this element. We need to add it to the magnifier, and the magnifier has the class of magnifier. I don't know why I first brought this one. So we need to bring to magnifier. So we just say counts magnifier, and we say magnifier element. We just say document.querySelector, and the class is magnifier. So we need to add event listener to this element. So we just say magnifier element dot add event listener, because we want to handle the click of this icon, and we want to add or remove the active class to this element, which is the parent search bar container. And we just say search bar container dot class list, and we want to toggle the class of active. So let's try this by clicking on the this magnifier icon. As you can see, we successfully added the active class. And let's add the transition. So we have we're going to have animations instead of sudden change of the width and removal of the microphone and the search bar. So in the solid CSS, first we add a transition to the search bar container. So for the width, because the width is changing from the 300 pixels to 50 pixels, so we add a transition on width, and we want to have 1.5 second for the transition. Let's try it, and we can see the movement, and but the microphone is changing, appearing suddenly. So we want to have a transition to the microphone and the search bar as well. So we go to the microphone and we add a transition on the width as well, because we are changing the width from 30 pixels to 0 pixels. So we say width, and we want to have a little bit less than 1.5. So we just say 0.4 seconds. And we can see that is appearing with the transition, but I wanted to have a delay. So when the transition of this bar is finishing at the end, I want this one to appear and disappear at the end as well. So we just say transition delay. We add a 1 second delay. So now we see that the microphone disappears after 1 second delay and appears with the delay as well. And let's add the same things to the search as well. So we can copy this and add it to the input section as well. So we try it. Still the width input. So the active, the 0. Oh, we haven't add a width to the input first, so we just add the width of 100%. So now we try. And we can see. So this is a little bit fast. We just say 1 second. All right, and for the delay, yeah, just add some less delay, so maybe 0.5 second. This one looks better. You can play with these numbers and get the best for your project. That was it for the project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have practiced neomorphism design and also transition, and also removing and adding the classes with the JavaScript. And also we have learned how to bring the icons from the iconfinder.com. Also, before I forget, we should add the class of active here as a default. So when someone comes to our website, they can see only a circle, and when they click on the magnifier, they see the real size search bar. I hope you enjoyed the project and see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a social media selector menu. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a menu here that has a social media text and also an icon, which is an arrow down icon. When we click on this menu, a menu appeared, a list of social media. So we can see a beautiful hovering effect on each of them. And when we click on one of them, for example, we choose Facebook, we see that the social media text has been changed to Facebook. We can try it again using another icon, for example, YouTube. Now we see it here. As soon as we open or close the menu, we see that this icon is rotating from this position to the other position. And also when we click on each icon, this menu is disappearing as well. In this project, we're going to learn how to create such a glassy design using CSS, and also using JavaScript, we're going to learn how to toggle classes and change the appearance of the website using these methods. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Social Media Selector Menu, which is the name of our project. We press enter, and here we click on the select folder button to start the project in the directory. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. Here we right click and we click on the new file, and we name the file index.html. Now we have our index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation point and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. Here we have our boilerplate. The first line, the doc types, actually sets the version of the HTML file. This doc type tag tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. We need to write HTML only if we are using HTML5. Then we have an HTML tag, which is the top level element in the HTML file and includes the head and the body tag. The length attribute inside the opening HTML tag sets the language of the page. And in our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head tag, which includes the meta tags and also the title tag. In the first meta tag, the charset attribute defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 to web developers because it contains nearly all the characters or symbols, and also the users who is using our website can see most of the characters and symbols we are using for our website. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. The third meta tag is the view meta tag, which sets the page's width to the device's screen and also sets the initial zoom level of the page to be 100%. Then we have the title tag, which sets the title of the page. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension, and we just need to right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now on the right side, we can see the browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close the Explorer section by dragging this line to have more space on the right side. We can change the title of our project by changing this tag. We just write social media selector menu. Now we can see this in the title bar of the browser. Then in the body section, we should add two sections. The top sections, that is the menu selector, and the bottom section, which is the list of social media names and icons. So on the, for the top menu, we just choose the class of menu, and inside this class, we add a paragraph saying social media, and under the paragraph, I would like to add an icon which represents a down arrow. So in the top menu, we have a down arrow, which when we click on the menu, it turns to up arrow. In order to have icons in our website, we can use the website Font Awesome. So we go to our desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here in the search bar, we search for Font Awesome. In the result section, the first result is fontawesome.com, and we click here on icons. We wait a little bit until the site is loaded completely. Then here in the search bar, we search for the icon we would like to have in our website. We just search down, and the icon I would like to choose is this angle down. We click on this, and we can now have the HTML tag of this icon, which is an I tag with a class of FAS, FA, angle dot. We click on the HTML tag to copy it, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We cannot see the icon yet because we must add a link to the CDN of the font awesome within the HTML head tag. So we go back to the browser, and in the new tab and in the search bar, we search for CDN JS. In the first result, we have cdnjs.com. We click on this website, and in the search bar, we search for Font Awesome. In the first result, we click on Font Awesome with the version 5.15.4. And we scroll down a little bit, and here we click on this icon to copy the link tag of the Font Awesome CDN. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag, we paste the link using Ctrl-V. Now we can see the icon in our browser. So after this menu, we have the social list under the menu. So we just create a div with a class of social lists, and instead of having a div, we just have a UL or unordered list tag, which is better. We don't need a div. We just inside this unordered list tag, we add our lists. The first list, we just add a list tag. So the first list would be an icon from the Font Awesome, which is Facebook. So we search here Facebook, and in the result, the first result, the Facebook with the circle icon, we click on it, and we can see the HTML tag is an I tag with a class of FAB, and we have Font Awesome Facebook. So we copy the link tag, the HTML tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and we paste it here. We can see it here. We can change the color of the icons here. We can actually install it in the CSS file, but for icons, usually the web developers install the particular icon inside the HTML tag as well. So we can add a style here, and we just change the color to blue. All right. So we need to have a paragraph as well. We just say Facebook. And we copy this link tag 3 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down, and we just change the Facebook, for example, the second one, YouTube, the color would be red. Then here would be YouTube. Then we have, for example, Twitter. The color is fine. For the exact color, you can just go to the Twitter website, and using a color picker, we can just get the the code of the color and use it. But just for simplicity, we just use the color blue for our project. So the next one would be a link in, and just say linked in. All right. So that's it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we click on Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. And in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using the CSS in our project, we must add a link to the style.css file within the index.html code. So we go back to the index.html and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use the CSS in our project. We save the file using Ctrl-S and we close this Explorer section by dragging this line to have more space on the right side. And we go to the style.css to start styling our project. First, we start from the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces. And first, we remove the space around the body element, the default margin, using margin 0. Then we can use display flex to change the display to flex. Now the items are next to each other. We want them to be on the top of each other. So we change the flex direction to column. And here we can use align item center to bring the items to the center horizontally. Then we can set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height. So in this way, we can use justify content center to bring the items to the center vertically. The reason we use the justify content center to bring the items to the center vertically instead of horizontally, because we change the flex direction to column. If the flex direction is row, align items and justify content works in the opposite way. The align items center bring the items to the center vertically, and justify content center bring the items to the center horizontally. But as we are using the flex direction column, it's the opposite. Let's change the font family to be for sans serif. And as we want to have a glassy design, so we need to have a gradient background color. For having a glassy looking menu, it's very simple to do that. It's very easy. You just need to add a gradient color in the background and also a color on the menu with the transparency. So we just add the background and we use the linear gradient function to create the colors and also the degree of the colors. So first we just write 135 degree for the colors. I'll explain you why we choose 135 after having the colors. The first color I want to use is purple, and we want it to have we want to have it 20%. The next one is orange, and we wanted to have it 80%. So what's these numbers? If we have 0 degree, they are on the top of each other, the colors. The 90 degree, they are next to each other, and 45, the orange is at the top and the purple is on the bottom left. But 135 degree, it's like a purple on the top left and orange on the bottom right. And if we use both of them 50%, actually they go just next to each other, but we want them to be blended. So we just change this one to 20 and the other one to 80% to have this beautiful looking color. So that was it for the body section. Let's install this social media menu bar. So the class we used was menu, as you remember here, for this div that covers the social media and the angled down icon. So we just use menu and we change the background color to light gray. And we change the width to 300 pixels. This color is not actually looks like a glass. We need to add some opacity to have this effect. If you use 50%, looks like this. If you want to be a little bit more real, like a glass, we can use 30%. It's up to you, and you can change with these numbers, and you get a different looking website. Let's add some border radius so that we have a rounded border. So 5 pixels. So we have it now. We rounded the borders. Then we want these icons to be next to each other. So we just change the display to flex. Bring them next to each other. Let's bring this icon to the center vertically using align item center. And we want this icon to be on the right side and the social media text on the left side. We can use justify content space between to achieve this goal. And let's add some padding. So just say 10 pixels. And this social media paragraph probably has some margin. We can remove the top and bottom margin. The social media has a tag of P or paragraph. So we can target that by using menu P, and we remove the margin, top and bottom, and also we add some margin to the left and right. All right. That one looks okay. We just change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over this menu, we see a pointing hand instead of having a normal pointer. So let's style this part, which has the class of social lists. We copy this. We go to style it CSS and we add a dot because it's a class, and we open a set of curly braces, and now we change the background color to light gray like we did at the above, and change the width to be 300 pixels. We add the padding 10 pixels, so it has the same width at the top. So let's add the opacity 30%, so we have the same look as the top one. So we have a glass looking menu now. Let's remove these dots using a list style type none, and we need to bring these icons and these texts next to each other, so we target them. The things we want to target is this li tag. So here we write social list and we target the li, and we change the display to flex. And as you may already know, we can use align items center to bring them to the center vertically. Let's add some margin here. We just say 10 pixels. No, we don't need any margin. I wanted to target this icon, so we add some margin after this icon. So the icons, all of them has a class of FAB in common, so we can target them. We just said social lists, li, and FAB. So we add a margin right 10 pixels. Or we add a margin to the left and right. So 0 to the top and bottom, and 10 pixels for the left and right. So we didn't add any border, like a rounded border for this section. We just use border radius 5 pixels. So we have the border, and we want to have some hovering effect for the list. Let's change the cursor to be pointer first to have a pointing hand when we hover over the element. Then we target the hover pseudo class to change the background color to dark gray when we hover over the these social icons and the texts. So, and also we want this hover to have a border radius as well. So we change the border radius to 5 pixels. So now we have a beautiful hover as well. And I want these icons and the text to go forward a little bit when we hover over them. So here we just add a padding left, like 10 pixels. So they go a little bit forward but I want it to be, I want to add a transition. So we add a smooth moving from left to right. So in the list section, we added transition on padding, like 0.4 seconds linear. Now we have or just 0.2 would be enough. Yeah. This one looks okay. So we want to add some class here to change the position of this arrow from down to up when we click on this menu. So here we want to add a class of rotate to this menu to change the position. So we say if we have the class of rotate for this icon, which has the class of FAS, a unique class. So we want to rotate it 180 degree. If for using rotate, we need to add transform property first. And the rotate is a function. Now we can see that the arrow turns to the top position. So later using JavaScript, we're going to add and remove this class to here to change the rotation. Now, for now, we delete the class. And also we want to add a class to this social list, call it height. So when we add this class, we want to remove this this box. So here we just say if we have the height class, we want to change the visibility to hidden. So we don't see it now, but later using JavaScript, we're gonna add and remove this class using toggle method. So when we remove this class, we can see the social media list here. So that was it for the CSS part of our project. And in the next section, we're going to add functionality to the project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to add functionality to the project using JavaScript. Now we have our menu here. We have an icon and also the social media icons. We want to remove this icon as a default. So we added a class of height here. So we can add it. Sorry, we should add it to this one, to social lists here. So we want this to not be here as a default, and then we want to bring it when we click on this bar. And also we want to rotate this icon to the top using that rotate class we created, as you can see here. But as a default, we want this icon to be on the down. And when we click it, we want to create an up arrow. So first we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js. We bring it here at the end And before using this file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. We go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. Now we have a script tag. The SRC attribute defines the destination of the link. And as both files, index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. We can close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. We close this a little bit. So we go to the index.js and we start adding functionality to our project. The first element we need to return to the JavaScript file is this menu. This menu has the class of menu here, so we can return it using query selector method. So we create a constant here and we call it menu element, and we use inside the document, we use query selector method to bring that element which has the class of menu. So we can write dot menu as a selector. So now we have the menu. We want to add a add event listener to it. So when we click on it, we want to appear this box at the bottom. So we add the add event listener to attach an event handler to this element, and the event handler we want to attach is a click. We want when the user click on this menu, we want to trigger this function. So we want to add this class, the class of we want actually to remove this class to bring this section back to our browser. So we need to target this UL because it has the class of social list. We can return it here using the query selector as well. So we just create another constant. We call it social lists element, and inside the document we use the query selector method, and the class name is social list, actually social lists, as you can see here. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely. And here we just target this social list element, and which be using class list property to toggle the class. The class we want to toggle is this class, height. So we write height here. So each time we click on this menu, we see this social media box or social list. So I'm clicking on this social media menu so we can see it. And also we want this icon to rotate when we click on this menu. So we need to bring that icon as well. The icon has the class of FAS, and we can return it using query selector as well. So we just say const the icon, or we just say arrow icon element we use document.querySelector, and the class name was .fas, but it's inside the menu, so we make it more specific. So .menu.fas. So we want to rotate it, so we need to add that class rotate to this menu. Actually, we didn't need to have this FAS, because we can add the rotate to this class, the menu. So we already had it here, so we don't need it actually, so we delete it. And just to the social to the menu element, we just toggle the class of rotate. So we test it now. As we use, we see that the icon is rotating, but I want to add some transition to it so we can see it a little bit more smooth. So we go to the stylus CSS and we target the icon. We haven't used it before, so here we target it. We just say .menu.fas, and we add a transition on transform property, and we just say 0.2 seconds. Now we see a transition. All right. The next things we need to do is to, when we click on each social icon, we need to have this text and the icon in the menu, and also we want to remove this as well. So this list in the index.html, we can see it in the social list class, we have the li. So we can target all of them using the querySelector all method. So here we just say const, we want to all the li's element or li elements. So we just say document.querySelector all, and we want to target all these li's which are inside the social lists. So now we are getting all of them. We can console log and see them. So we just console log li elements. We open the DevTools pane from here. And in the console log, we are console logging the li elements, which you can see it has 4 elements. So we are getting all of them. We want to loop through them using for each method. The for each method executes a function once for each element of the each element. So we just say li elements dot for each, and we can get each element here. We just say li element, and we trigger a function, and we add event listener to each of them. The event we want to add is click, and we want to trigger a function after that. And the things we want to do is to change the inside this to equal of each of them. So we have the menu here. We brought it before. We just say menu dot element dot inner HTML, and we equal it to li element dot inner HTML. So now when we click on each of them, we can see it at the top. But actually we are replacing all these things. We want only the paragraph inside the menu. So we bring that one. So we copy this. Instead of that, we just create a menu text and we target that paragraph, which is here. Here, this paragraph, we want this one to be changed. We don't want to remove this. So instead of changing the menu, we change the menu text. So now if we click, we see only this part change, but we need to style this part. So we go to Styled CSS, and in the menu paragraph, we change the display to flex, and we use align item center to bring the items to the center vertically. So we click on Twitter, so we can just see the Twitter here, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. But I want to remove this section when we click on the any icons. So we just need to add this section, the socialist toggle, to that part as well, but we just want to remove, we don't want to toggle it. So socialist element dot class list dot remove, and the things we want to remove is the class. The things we want to add is height, because we want to remove it. Actually means adding this class, removing this part. So when we click on Facebook, we see Facebook, and the box has been disappeared. We try it again. The other things we need to do is when we click on each icon, actually this, if you pay attention to this icon, we are removing this box, but this one is not rotating. So we need to add the rotating function here as well. So we need to copy this, copy this rotate toggling and paste it here as well. So now if we click on, for example, Twitter, we see that the Twitter is selected, but also this little icon is rotated as well. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a double landing page. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have two products in one landing page, Apple and Samsung. And when we hover over one product, we see that the size of this landing side is bigger than the other side. And if you go to the other side, we see the opposite. We have a bigger width for this side and a smaller width the other side. And also we have a button that has a beautiful transition and animation. And also we're going to style this project, add some background image to make it more beautiful. In this project, we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove some classes that changes the styling of each side. So we can see this hovering effect in our project. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop and we click here on the new folder button to create a new folder. We name the file double landing page, which is the name of our project. We press enter and here we click on the select folder button to start a project inside the folder. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. So we right click here and we click on the new file and we name the file index.html. Here on the right side, now we can see our index.html file. We can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly. And here we can see our boilerplate. The first line is the doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML the page is written in. In our case, we write here HTML only because we are using HTML5. If after the version of HTML5, we don't need to add any numbers or version number. We just need to add HTML here. Then we have the HTML tag, which covers the head tag and the body tag. The lang attribute inside the HTML opening tag sets the language of the page, and in our case, the language is English. Then we have the head tag, which has 3 meta tags and also a title tag. The first meta tag, the chart set attribute inside the first meta tag defines the HTML character encoding, which in our case is UTF-8. UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. So the users of the websites won't have any problem seeing our characters and symbols inside our website. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have viewport meta tag. The viewport meta tag tells the browser on how to resize the page, and the first one, which has the content attribute, sets the width of the page to the device's screen width. For example, the mobile screen will be smaller than a computer screen. And also we have initial zoom level of the browser, which is set to be 100% as a default. Then we have title tag, which set the title of the page. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the live preview extension that we have installed. We just need to right click and we click on not live preview, show preview. Here on the right side, now we can see the browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is double landing page. All right. Let's start with the HTML tags inside the body section. First, we need a container to cover everything. We just need to add a div with the class of container. And inside this div, let's close this Explorer so we have more space on the right side. Then inside this container, we have, because we have a double landing page, we have the left side, which is related to the Apple product, and the right side, which is related to the Samsung product. So we should have two divs, one left, one right. So we add a div here with the class of split and also with the class of left. And inside this div, we're gonna have a h1 tag just saying Apple, as you can see here. Then we have a button with a class of btn, and inside the button we just write down buy now. Now if we accept the auto suggestion, we get the button with the class of btn, which has the buy now inside the button. Let's create another div similar to this one for the Samsung. So we just have a div with a class of split and right instead of left. And inside this, we have h1 tag saying Samsung. Then we have button with a class of btn, and inside would be buy now. So now we have the Apple and Samsung. In the next section, we're going to use CSS to style our project and bring this Apple to the left and the Samsung to the right side, and we're gonna add some background image for each of them. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section on the left side, and we right-click here and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. We just bring the file in this tab so we can have the browser on the right side. We close the Explorer section. Before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and As both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write install.css here. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we save this file using Ctrl S and we go to install.css. The first place we want to style is the body section. So we just write body here. We open a set of curly braces, and inside this set of curly braces, we remove the default margin and remove the space around the body element. So we just write margin 0. Now we can see that we don't have any margin. Then we can use display flex to bring the items to the center horizontally. We just write display flex. And now we can use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. For bringing the items to the center vertically, we need to first set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height. Then we use just align item center to bring the items to the center vertically. So we just write height 100% of the viewport height, and then we use align item center to bring them to the center vertically. Let's use a text align center as well to bring everything and even the inline content to the center. Let's change the font of this Apple and Samsung to impact using font family property. So we just write font family and we choose impact, this one. Now we can see a different font. We use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code clearly. That was it for the body section. Let's start styling the other parts. Let's style these two split sections, and we just set the width of this two div to 50% and the height to be 100%. So we just write dot split and we change the width to be 50%, height to be 100%. Yeah. That's it for the split section. Let's bring this Apple to the left side and the Samsung to the right side. We just need to target this left and right. So here we just say split dot left. So we set the we change the position to be absolute. And then we just say left 0 for the Apple, and for the right side, the dot split dot right. We just set the position to be absolute, and we just set the right to be 0. Now we have these two here. Let's set the background color so we can see them better, so we can easier style them. So we just set this background color to pink. As you can see, we have some space at the top. So here in the split section, we just need to write top 0 to bring them all to the top. Let's change the background color of this Samsung section as well. Just say light blue. All right. Let's style this Apple and Samsung, the head one section here. At the top, we just write H1 and we change the font size to be 100 pixels. So we have a bigger one. It looks bigger here in this browser, but if you open the browser inside the Google Chrome, we don't feel too much big. And also let's install these buttons and make them bigger as well. We target the buttons using this class btn. So just under this h1, we just target the btn and just first we remove change the background color to be black. Change the text color to be white. Now we see. Let's add some padding. We just say 20 pixels top and bottom and 40 pixels left and right. Let's increase the size of this button, the text in the button. We just say font size and we set it to be 25 pixels. Let's add some border color. So we just say border. We increase the size of the border to 4 pixels and we make it solid. So we have a nice white border. Let's change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the buttons, we see a pointing hand. So let's add some hovering effect as well. We can use hover CSS pseudo class to change the color of the buttons when we hover over them. So we just write btn hover and we change the background color now to white and the color to be black, just the opposite. And also let's add some transitions so we don't see the colors to be changed suddenly. So we just say transition, add just 1 second transition, but not to everything, just to the black background color. So we just write here background color. Now we see a transition in the buttons. Let's install this H1 a little bit more. We just change the color to be, for example, this Alice blue. And also let's add some shadow in the back using a backdrop filter, and we just add some, change the brightness to be 50%, like this. We can see it inside the browser. That looks very good. Let's increase the size let's increase the distance between the letters using letter spacing. We just add 4 pixels. That looks better. And let's add some background image to each product. So in the browser, here in the new tab, we search, for example, we just say iPhone, the newest one. Now I'm recording. It's November 2021. We just say iPhone 13. That's the latest product. We just search for the image. We change the tool and the size to be large. And we just choose the apple.com. This one. We go to the website. And here just we right click and we click on copy image address. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the left one, which is Apple, we just add a background image and we add a URL function. Inside this, we add a double quote, and inside this double quote, we paste the link using Ctrl V. Now we can see it in the background, but if you check now, we cannot see the pictures completely. We have to change the background size. So we just change the background size to be cover. This one actually is increase the size of the image, or scale the size of the image as large as possible to fill all the container. So if we go now, we can see that we can see the image completely. Let's add another image for the Samsung one. I think the latest Samsung is Samsung S21, probably. Or whatever it is, just we add a Samsung S21. We search for images. We change the tool and size to be large. And we just choose one of them, like this one. Or we just go to the Samsung website. I think cannot see any Samsung.com. So we just choose this one. We just click on it. And here we just right click and copy the image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we do the same things here. We just add a background image. We add a URL, and inside a set of double quote, we paste the link. And then we just change the background size to be cover. All right, let's check it inside this here. That's looks fine. When you change the background size to cover, if we change the zoom level of the browser, you see the image is always in the same size. The next things we want to do is to use JavaScript to increase the size of the each site, for example, Apple or Samsung. When we hover over them, we want to increase the size of them to 75% and the other one to 25%. So in the next section, we're going to start adding this functionality using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling the website using CSS. In this section, we're going to use JavaScript to add functionality to our project and increase the size of the width of the section that we are hovering over it. Before starting with the JavaScript, the things I want to show you is in the HTML file, we want to add some classes. For example, we want to add or remove some classes to increase and decrease the size of each site. For example, in the container, we add a class of active left, and inside the style.css at the end, we just say if the active left existed, then just for the left side, change the width to be 75%, as you can see here. And if this active left exists, just change the right side, the width to be 25%. So if you go now to the browser, we can see that the Apple side has the width of 75 and the other side is 25. We can see an extra place here. That's because the Samsung is too long, we see here. We can remove this one. You're just adding overflow hidden here. So now if we check, we never see anything extra in the right side. Exactly, we have 25% here and 75% in this side. We can do the same things by just adding, for example, active right and adding the styling here. We just say if the active right exists, just change the left to be the width to be 25% and the right side, the width to be 75%. So now we can see that the right side is bigger than the left side. All right, so let's do this using JavaScript because we cannot add or remove classes by hand. We just need to do it dynamically using JavaScript. So we remove this class. So we have 50% into the left and 50% to the right. And also before doing that one, I wanted this by now always to be at the same line. So let's remove this line wrapping using white space no wrap in the btn. So we just say white space no wrap. So now we see the buttons always the text to be in the same line. All right. So let's create the JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and we right click here and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js. And before using JavaScript, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go to index.html and just at the end of the body tag here, we add a script tag and we click on the second auto suggestion. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js here. All right, we save this file, we close this Explorer section, and we go to the JavaScript. The elements we want to use in JavaScript is this element, left, right, and also the container. We want to add an event listener, add event listener to left and right, and we want to add the class active left or active right to this div with the class of container. So we bring this container first. We just say const container element. We can use the query selector method to return that element with the class of container. So we just write here document dot query selector, and inside a set of parentheses we write dot container. We use Alt Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. The next things we want to bring is the left element. We just say document dot query selector as above, and inside a set of parentheses and a double quote we just write dot left. We copy this to make the right one as well, so we just write here right and change this left to right as well. So we add the add event listener method to the left side. The add event listener method has two parameters. The first parameter is the event handler. The event handler we want to use is mouse over. It means when the mouse or mouse over or mouse enter, both would be the same. We just say mouse enter, and we add the callback function. So when the mouse over that element, which is the left side, we want to do something. The things we want to do is to add the active left class to the container. So we just say container element dot class list for adding the class, and we use the add method, and the class we want to add is active left. Now when we hover over this section, the width is 75% and the other side is 25%. But when we go the other places, like the other side, this width is the same. So we have to remove this class when we leave the place. So we just add another event listener, which is mouse leave, and we trigger another function, and we just remove this active left. We just say class list dot add, and remove, because we want to remove the class. So we just say active left. So if we go to this section, we see that the size is 75. When we go the other side, it goes back to the 50%. Let's do the same things for the right side. So we just say right element dot add event listener. We want to add the mouse enter, we create the callback function, and we just say container elements dot class list, and we add the class active right. So we see it's working, but it's not removing the class. So we need to add another add event listener for removing the class when we leave the place. So we just say mouse leave. We make the function and we just say counter element dot class list dot remove. The class we want to remove is active right. So when we go to the right side, we see the width is 75% on the right side, and when we go to the left, we see the same thing, the 75% width for the left side. Let's add some transitions so we can see this a little bit more smooth. So we go back to the stylus CSS, and just at the end, we add the transition to the left and also to the right. We just say transition on the width, and we want it to take 2 seconds and to be even out. We can see it now here. We can see it better in the browser actually because it's bigger. So when we go to the Samsung section, we see the width to be 75%, and the transition is very smooth. It looks very good. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a to-do list. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have an input here that we can write our tasks. For example, we write buy milk. As soon as we enter, the task is added at the end of the items. And also we didn't see any refresh in the page. But if you refresh the page now, we see that the items still are in the browser because we are saving the items inside the local storage of the browser. So we're going to learn how to set and get items from the local storage using JavaScript. Also, we see a check and a trash icon. When we click on the check icon, we can set the item to be done or checked. And also we can delete the icon using this trash icon. Now, if you refresh the page, you can see still the item is there, and the item that is deleted is also deleted from the local storage of the browser. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on Desktop, and we click on New Folder, and we name the file to-do list. We press enter and we click on the new folder button. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section we create an HTML file. So we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html and we press enter. Now we can see the HTML file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, which the first line, which is the doc type, and tells the browser what type of or what version of HTML the page is written in. In our case, because we are using HTML5, so we just need to write HTML here. Then we have HTML tag, which covers everything, including the head and body section. And in the lang attribute here defines this, defines the language of the page. In our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head section that has 3 metadatas and the title. The charset attribute defines the HTML character encoding, and for HTML5 we use UTF-8 because it contains all the characters and symbols mostly. And also we have another meta tag which is for Internet Explorer browser and tells them to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. The first part here sets the page's width to the device's screen. For example, a mobile screen will be smaller than a computer screen. And the second part, we cannot see it now. We use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap. So here, the initial scale equals to 1 means the initial zoom level of the page would be 100%. Then we have the title tag, which is the title of our page. Let's see the browser. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we need to right-click and we click on we click on Live Preview, Show Preview, which is the extension that we have installed previously. So we click here. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but it has the title document. Let's change the title to be, for example, to-do list, which is the name of our project. Then in the body section, which is the main, the things that the people can see inside our browser. First, we add a form for our to-do list, and we add a class of form. We don't need action for this form, so we delete it. And inside the form, we have an input with a class of input. The type would be text. You can see the input here. And also we want this has a placeholder, which is the text inside the input, and we just say enter your task. All right. The other things we want to add is the turn off the autocomplete. So we just say autocomplete off. And the autocomplete attributes turn off the suggestion for our input section. After this input, we have a unordered list tag, and we give this the class of list. And inside this, we have our list. So we just say the first list will be, for example, buy milk. And the things I want to add is to add two icons. First, for the checking the list and marking it as red. And also we want to add an icon similar to trash to delete each one. In order to have icons in our browser, we can use Font Awesome website. So we go to the browser, and in the Google Chrome, we search for Font Awesome. In the first result, the fontawesome.com, we click on icons here. You can see a lot of icons. We search for check. We can just use this check square. We click on it, and here we can copy the HTML tag, which is a I tag with a class of FAS, FA check square. So we click, so it's copied, yeah, and we can now go back to the Visual Studio Code and just paste it after buy milk. Let's decrease the size of this. We can see it better, and also we can close this section. All right. We cannot see the icon yet because we must add a link to the Font Awesome CDN within the HTML code. So we go back to the browser, we open a new tab, and here we search for CDN.js. The first result is cdnjs.com. So we click on this link, and here in the search bar, we search for Font Awesome. And we click on the first suggestion. We scroll down a little bit, and here we can copy the link tag. We copy it, we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag and at the end of the head tag, we paste the link using Ctrl-V. Now we can see the icon in our browser. Let's add the trash icon as well. So we go back to the browser, and we go back to the Font Awesome tab, which is here. We go up a little bit, and we search in the search bar trash. The first result, we just click on it. Be sure to don't choose the other one, because the others are, you have to pay the pro version, pro license. But the these ones that has a black, these are black and not faded, are free. So we click on the first one, which is free. And here we copy the link tag, which is the I tag with a class of FAS and FA trash. So we copy this, we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just after this I tag, we paste the other one. You can see that they are next to each other. So we just copy this li tag and we just change this buy milk to, for example, call David. So we have two lists now, two items in the list, and I would like to add a class here, the first li tag, the class of checked, because we want to style this later if using CSS, and we want to say if this li tag has a class of check, just change its color and create a line in the middle of it. So in the next section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS, and we are going to style all these forms. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here on the left, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html, and just after the font awesome link tag and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. So we just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we close this Explorer section by dragging this line. Now we go to the style.css and we start styling our project. First, we start styling the body section. So we just write body. We open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the default margin. So we just write here, margin 0. We change the display to flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. Let's increase the size of the browser. Now we can use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. And let's change the background color to be, for example, green, or this color. And we go to style the form. So now we finish the body here. We go to the form. The form had a class of form as well. So we just tap to the class of form here. using the form.forms CSS selector, and we bring it here 30% done using position first absolute, and we just say top 30%. The reason we didn't use the height 100% of the viewport height and using align item centers, because if we add more items to our list, we need to go and scroll down, so we cannot set the height of the screen to 100% always. So we use the position absolute, and the position absolute is relative to the body, and it came down 30%. Let's add some box shadow to add some shadow effect to the form. So we just say box shadow. The first value in the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. For the position of the vertical shadow, we just set it to be 4 pixels, and you can see it here. And for the blur radius, we just set 8 pixels. Now we can see clearly the shadow, but we don't want it to be this much dark. We can add some transparency to the black color by using RGBA function. So we write RGBA, we open a set of parentheses, we set 0, 0, and 0 for red, green, and blue, and for the alpha value, we just write 0.3, which means 30% transparency or opacity. We use Alt-T to turn on the word wrap to see all the code. Yeah. And here, we change the width of the form to be 400 pixels. So we have more place. We change the background color to be light gray, or maybe just say, no, that's just say maybe pink color, or let's see the suggestion here. Yeah, light pink would be better. Let's round the border of the form using border radius 10 pixels, or just, yeah, 10 pixels is fine. Yeah, that's it for the form section. Let's go to the next one, which is input. We set the class of input, so we just tap here dot input. First, we change the width of the input to be 100%, but as you can see, we have more than 100% here. The reason is it's calculating the border as well, so we can set the border, actually box border, or border box, I think. Yeah, sorry. We just set the box sizing to be border box. Yeah, that's correct. As soon as you set the box sizing to border box, we see that the input has the same size of its parents, and all the borders was calculated are gone. So let's change the padding to be 20 pixels, and let's round the top section of the input that is covering the border of the form. So we just say border radius 10 pixels for the top left, for the 10 pixel for the right, top right, and also 0 and 0 for left down and the right down, or right button on left button. All right, let's remove the border as well, so we don't have this dark border. So we just say border none. That looks okay, and just change the color. Sorry, the font size. We change the font size to be 20 pixels. So when we type, it's 20 pixels, and change the font family to be cursive. So we have a better looking text. But the enter your task, the color is too bright. Let's change that one by tapping to the pseudo element placeholder. So we just say dot input, and we choose this pseudo element placeholder, and we just say color, and light gray would be enough. All right. Yeah, that's it for the input section. Let's style the next section, which is UL. The UL is has the class of list. So here we just say list. We remove the padding, and we remove the margin. Now it's all connected inside. We just need to remove these dots. These dots are related to the input UL LI. Actually, the list items has the bullet for the styling. So inside the list, we have LI, and for the list style type, we choose none to remove the dots. We add some padding here, 20 pixels. We change the font family as the same as its parents, and the color, just say cursive, and the font size is fine, I feel. We just add some borders between the items. We just say border top. We set it to be dotted so we can see. Let's change the color to be a little bit less. Just say dark gray would be fine, I think. Oh, we just changed the color of the both fonts and the border. We just changed the color to border color. All right, we just changed the color of the border. That looks fine. Let's style these buttons, the check and the green. We bring them to the right side, change the color of the trash to red, and change the color of the checkbox to green. So the class we have to target is this class, FA trash, and also FA check square. So inside the list, inside the li, we have a class of FA, for example, trash. We start from the trash. We set the color to be red. As you can see, the color has been change to red. We set the position to be absolute, so we can bring it to the right section. Actually, you have to set this one to because we want this to be relative to the parent, so we set the position of this to relative. So we just say right, for example, 10 pixels. We bring it here, and from the top we want it to be in the middle, so 50%, but the 50% top bring the edge of the trash to the middle, so we need to use the transform translate y, and we use minus 50% to bring it exactly to the middle. We change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we can see a pointing hand. And for the check one, it's the same thing, but we just need the color to be green and we right to be 20 pixels. So for the, we just use the FA check square. We just copy this and we copy this one using Alt Shift arrow down, and we change this FA trash to, and we paste that previous FA check square. The only difference is the color, which is green. We set it to be green, and we don't want it to be 10 pixels, which goes on the top of the trash. We just say 20 pixels. 20 is not enough, so just say 40 pixels. Yeah, and change this right 10 pixels to 20 pixels. That looks fine for now. Let's change the background color from the pink to yellow. So I think it looks better. So we change the color of the form from the light pink to yellow. So yellow makes more sense for the notes and the listing, and the color red and green pop up better on the yellow color. So yeah, but you can choose any color you like in your own project. The things we want to do is, for the list that has the class of check, I want this text to be lighter and has some line through it, and also this check button to be gray. So we target this using, we just target the list first, and we go to li, but the li that has the class of checked. And then we want to first this text we want to target, so we just say here color to be light gray, or yeah, that's okay, light gray. And we change the line text, I think text decoration to be line through, so we have some line in the middle. Light gray, it's too light, just change it to dark gray. Yeah, that looks better. Let's change the color of the check one as well. So we just target list li with the checked class, and we target this FA check square class, which is related to this one. And then we say the color to be dark gray. Yeah. Now, if we add this class to any list, we get this effect. For example, if I cut this and we bring it to the next list, paste it here, we get this effect in the next one. But we're going to do this one using JavaScript dynamically when we click on this button. When we click on this button, we get this effect. And when we click it again, we remove this effect. And when we click on the trash button, we want to remove this node completely. So in the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. And that was for the CSS part. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open here the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js. We bring this file here after the installer CSS. And before using the index.js in our project, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag, and we just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. Now we have a script tag, and SRC defines the destination of the link. And as both files, I mean the index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, we just need to write here index.js for the URL. All right, that was it for linking to the index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. We save this file and we go to index.js. The first thing we need to bring to the JavaScript and return, the first element is the form element. As you remember, the form element has the class of form, so we can return it using the query selector method. So we just write here const form element, we name the constant, and we just say document dot query selector, and inside a set of parentheses we choose the CSS selector, which is dot form, because if you go back to the index.html, the form has a class of form. So for returning the class, we need to add dot at the beginning of the class name. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap to see all the code here. Now we can close the Explorer section as well. We don't need it. And we decrease the size of the browser. All right. So we need to add some add event listener method to the form. So when we write down something here, we can catch it in the form using the submit event inside the add event listener method. So we just write here form element dot add event listener. Add event listener has two parameters. The first parameter is the event that we want to use, and the second one is the function which will be trigger when the event happens. The event we want to use is submit. So when someone submits in the form, we trigger a function. So, and we want to get the trigger another function, which is the to-do list function, and we add the whatever inside here to a new list. First, the things we would like to do, if you open the browser here using open in browser. When we submit anything, we write something and we press enter, as you pay attention to this icon here, we see that the page is refreshing, and we want to prevent this refreshing, and we don't want the page to be refreshed. We just want the new item to be added as a last or the first element of this section. So we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we get the event, and we want to prevent it as a default. So we just add the method prevent element after that. Sorry, prevent default after that. We just say event.prevent default, and we open a set of parentheses. So this one actually prevents the page to be refreshed. So if we go back to the browser now, if we write down something and we press enter, you see there is no change here and the page is not refreshed yet. So we go back to the Visual Studio Code. After that, we call a function, and we call the function to-do list. We open a set of parentheses. Let's make it camel case, just like this, and we create the function here. We just say function to-do list, and inside this function we want to get some information from the form, and inside the input we want to get this value, whatever we write down here. So in order to do that, first we need to return the input into our JavaScript. The input has a class of input, so it's the same as we did here. We use the query selector method to return the element. So we just write constant input element, and we just write document.querySelector, and inside a set of parentheses and a double quote, we write dot input. And if we console log input element dot value, and we open the console, so here in the hamburger button, we click on Open DevTools pane, and inside the console, if you write down something here, we cannot see it. But if we put this log inside the form, for example here, and we just write down something and press enter, it means we submit the form. We see here whatever we write down inside the inputs. We just say, for example, hello, press enter, and we see hello here. So we are getting the information inside the input by just input element.value. So we delete this console log, and here inside the function that is triggered here, we just say we create a function we just write we create a variable. We just say let, and we just write down new, for example, task. The new task variable gets whatever inside the input element dot value. All right, and so we get the value here, new task, and we just need to add it to a new li element. So we create a li element. We hard coded here the li elements, but we can create them here inside the JavaScript using create element method. So we create a constant and we call it li element, and we just say document.create element method. The element we want to create is li, and the li should have this new task inside it. So the li element dot inner text would be new text, new task. So in order to see this li, we need to append it as a child inside this UI actually. So we have to get this UI inside the JavaScript. This UI has the class of list. So we return it here, similar to the one we did in the above using query selector method. So we just say ul element document dot query selector, and inside a set of parentheses we just write dot list, because list is the name of the class. Now we append this one inside this UI. So we just say ul element dot append child, and we add this li element. So if now we write down something, for example, something like that, and we press enter, we see a new li with the text the same as this one, which is input.value. So we first put the input.value inside this variable, and we set the inner text of the li element to this, and we put it inside. All right. The next things we want to do is to let's clear actually the input. So after we enter, we want to clear this. So we set the input dot value to be empty when we enter. So for example, we write down something, hello, and we press enter, we see it here, but inside the input we don't see anything because we reset it to be empty. Let's create these buttons and the trash and the check buttons inside the li as well. So we use the same method, create element. Let's put each of them inside a different div, so later we can use add event listener for clicking as well. So we create a constant, and first element we want to see this, say check, for example, button, check btn element. We create it using document.create element, and this is just a div, and inside this div we want to have this icon. So we just say this check btn element dot inner html, and the inner HTML we just open a backtick, a set of backtick, and we just copy whatever here. For example, this one, and sorry, just this section, the check section. We copy this link tag. We copy this I tag, and we go to the index.js and we paste it here. So in order to see it inside this link tag, we need to append it as a child. So we just say the link element we have created here dot append child, and the things we wanna append is this check btn element. Now we add something. We just say hello. We can see hello and also the check button. So let's add the trash as the same as we did here. So we just say constant trash btn element. We created using document.create element method, and inside this we just write down div because we want it to be a div, and inside this div, the trash btn button, we want to add an HTML tag, which is here. We just copy this second section and we paste it here. I think, yeah, we just need to delete this. Yeah, that's enough. Now we add it again. Let's just say hello. No. Oh, we didn't append it as a child. So we just need to say li element.append child trash btn element. We try again. Just say hello. Press enter. We see hello and also these icons. So let's remove these two hard-coded ones here. So we just can see the real code. So we delete them, or we just comment them. So we don't see anything, but when we add something like hello, we can see here. All right. Let's go back to the index.js. Now we want to add some event listener to each of these icons. We want the event listener for the check one. When we click on this icon, we want to add the class checked, and we add a cross here and also change the color. We already installed them using CSS. We just need to add the class checked. So we add an event listener to the check button element. The event we want to add to this is click, and we want to trigger a function when someone click on this icon, and we just want to add the class list. So we just say the li elements dot the class list dot, we just say toggle. We want someone click, we add the checked one, and also to click again, we remove the check one. So we use the toggle method. So we write down again hello. We see it here. When we click on this, we added the checked class to it. So we change the class and change the style. We click again, it returns to its normal styling because we remove the class. We can try this in the browser as well. We can see the classes adding and removing. So we go to the browser, we add something here, and we open the dev tools using Ctrl+Shift+C. As you can see here in the form section, in the URL, now we have a li that we added. The text is hello, and we have two divs. The first div is this one. So we open it, and this div has the I class. When we press on it, we add the class check to the li, and if we press again, we remove the class. Yeah. All right, we go back to the Visual Studio Code. Let's add some event listener to the trash. So when we click on it, we remove this task completely. So we just say trash btn element dot add event listener, and the event is the similar. We just say click, we add the function, and this one just remove the li element. We just say li element dot remove. All right, let's try it. We add this hello, we add something else, and if we click, still this one working, but if we click on the trash, we can remove this hello by just clicking on it, and we can remove this one as well. Yeah, as you can see, the problem we have here, when we have a task here, when we refresh the page, the task is go away because we didn't store this information anywhere, so we don't have any database. The things I would like to do in this project is to use the local storage of the browser to store the information. The local storage is located inside the. If you open the DevTools pane, and if you go to the application, we can see that we have a local storage, and this is our website's URL. This one. All right, it's empty now, but we want to store the information inside it. So in order to store, so we just make a function, and the function would be update local storage. So we create a function here, and the function actually check all the li elements. We just first we create a constant. We just say all the li elements. We just add an s here because it's plural, and we just say document dot query selector all, check all the li elements, and store them in a variable. We set the variable name. For example, we just say lists, and first we make it empty, but we want to loop through these li elements by using for each element, and for each element actually add a function to each element. So we trigger each function once for each element. So we get each element. We just say li element. We make it singular, and we get this. And we want to update this list variable. First is empty, but we just say we push something inside it, which is an object. The first one is the name of the element, which is li element dot inner text. Whatever text inside the li element, we want to put it as a name. And also another things is checked one. We say if it's checked or not. We just say the li element dot classless that contains, if it contains the class of checked, we want this to be true or false. So if it has the checked, this checked would be true, and if it doesn't have, it will be false. And after creating this variable, we want to store this inside the local storage. So outside this, we just say local storage dot set items, first in the set item, we set the name of the variable we want to store, which is list, and the second one is the variable. But the variable, we can only store the variable which is a string. So we have to convert this variable, which is an array, to a string using JSON.stringify method, and inside the parentheses we just say list. All right, and we want to call this function inside our to-do list function. So outside this, we just say update local storage. So here, when we write down something, for example, hello, we see that inside the storage section, we have a key list, which is the name of the storage file we sit here. It has two parameters. The first one is name, which is hello, and the second one is the checked, which is false because it's not checked. But if we change the check, we don't see the change here because we didn't call this function after we checked we add the eventlessness. So we have to call this after checking as well, and also after removing the file. We have to update the local storage. So we just add something, a few tasks, and we see them here. If we change the first one to be checked, we see the checked position became true. Now it's false, true. Let's remove it. You see the KSBS, we remove it, and we don't see it inside the storage. So we have successfully stored our information inside the local storage. But when we refresh the page, you might notice that we don't have any task anymore. Because the reason is we haven't used this storage to create the list. We store it, but we didn't call it. So just at the top, before the form, we should this variable we have here. We create this variable above, so we dilute this let here, but we create this let here. So we just say list, and we want to call this and get the information from the storage. So we just have to use the local storage method again. Instead of using the set item, which is creating the item inside the local storage, we should use the get item method. And the item we want to get is the name was list inside here. The key is list. But this one actually gives us a string, and we cannot use the string to create our list. So we have to convert this one from the string to the array again. So we have to use the method JSON.parse method to revert the stringify. So inside, so we have to cut this and put it inside this. Now if we console log the list and we go to the console section, we are getting that array that is existed inside the local storage here, but it's an array, it's not a string. So if we don't do it, for example here, if we remove this JSON.parse, you see we are getting a string instead of an array. So we return it to the JSON.parse, so we get an array. Now, because this list includes all the array, we need to loop through it using for each method, and we get each of the tasks. So we just say task And for each task, we want to put them inside our function, the to-do list. So we have to call the to-do list function for each task and put them inside. So we give them the task, but we cannot get it here. So we have to add the task here as well. As you can see now, we are getting the two lists, but we are not getting the inside of them because we haven't added the ability to get the task name yet, because we have task.name and task.checked. So after this, we just say if the task is existed, and we set the new task to task.name. And then we put it inside this. Let's go to the application again. So as you can see, the name is identified. So let's delete them and we create a new one. So you can see it here, hello. And if you refresh the page, you can see the hello it stays there because we are getting them from the local storage. Let's add more things. So when we refresh, we don't get them. If we delete them and we refresh, we still have the same information. But if we check them and we refresh, this will be unchecked because we haven't get the information from the check section here. So we add another condition. We just say if the task existed and also task.checked is true. So we need to add an and here. If both of them is true, let's add the we have to do it after this because we need to call this li. So we just after this we just say li element, which is this one, dot class list dot add, and we add the class check to it. All right. So now if we check and we refresh, we still get the information of the checked as well. And we can delete it, refresh, and we still have. Let's add a new one. Just say buy something. Yeah, if as you can see, now it's working, and we can just check, and we can see the checked through here and check through here as well. And we can delete the function as delete the task, and also we add a new one. All right. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. That was a little bit big project, but to-do list, learning a to-do list is very necessary for all students, and it has too many things to learn from this project. I hope you enjoyed. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a step progress bar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 5 steps. From the start, step 1, step 2, step 3, and final. Also, we have 2 buttons here. When we are in the start position, the previous button is in disabled mode. And when we press on the next button, the step 1 is appeared, and also the previous button is not disabled anymore. As we keep continue to the final step, the next button is going to change to disabled mode. We can come back to the previous steps using the previous button. The other things you can see is that when the step is not active, it has a gray color with cross icon. But when it activated, it gets the green color with check icon. Also, the step 2 is appeared under it. These numbers are created dynamically using JavaScript. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of this project, and we're going to continue with the CSS and JavaScript. So see you in the next section. Alright, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop. We click New Folder button to create a new folder, and we name the file Step Progress Bar. And here we click on Select Folder. We click here to close the Get Started tab again. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. So we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html. And we press enter. Now we have index.html on the right side, but it is completely empty. But we can get the HTML5 boilerplate by just using an exclamation mark. We just write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have the HTML5 boilerplate inside the index.html file. The first line is the doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML the page is written in. For HTML5, we just need to have HTML. In the next line, we have an HTML tag, which covers all the HTML file and includes head and body tag. The lang attribute sets the language of the page, which is in our case is English. Then in the head section, we have 3 metadatas and title. The charset attribute actually defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8 is recommended by HTML5 for web developers because it contains all the characters and symbols. This meta tag tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. And also we have a viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. Let's use Alt-C to see all the code. So here we have the first part actually sets the width of the page to the device's screen and also set the initial zoom level of the browser to 100%. Then we have the title tag. Title actually sets the title of the page and we can see it in the browser. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can just right click and click on Live Preview, Show Preview. The Live Preview extension we have installed previously. So we use it here. Now we have the browser completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to Step Progress Bar. We can see it here. And in the body section, first we add a container. Div with a class of container. And inside this container, we put our progress container, which contains the progress bar. And inside the progress container, let's close this for now, so we have more space to see. So inside the progress container, we have two bars. Actually, we use HR tag to create a line break, and we add a class of progress bar back to the one we want to use for the behind the bar with the lighter color. And we just copy this again. You see the line breaks here. And this one will be front one. Later, we're going to install them inside the CSS file. After this, we have a div with a class of step and also the class of, let's say, checked, because I want the first progress bar, progress step to be checked, and then the other ones to be unchecked or has a times icon. So later we can active them using the buttons. So inside this, I would like to add an icon similar to check. So in order to have icons in our project, we can use Font Awesome. So let's go to the browser, the Google Chrome. And here we search for Font Awesome. And here in the first result, fontawesome.com, we click on icons. And you can see a lot of icons. First, we search for check. So we get the check one, the check icon. You can copy the code, which is the I tag with the class of FAS and FA check. We click to copy the HTML code. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it just here. We cannot see the check icon yet because we have to link the Font Awesome to the HTML code. So we go to the browser again, and in the new tab, we search for CDN.js. And we click on cdnjs.com. In the search bar, we search for Font Awesome, and we click on this link. We scroll down a little bit and we click here to copy the link tag. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it just after the title tag. Now we can see the check icon in the browser. Also, I want to have a small tag. Just write a small text. So we just write start here. And also under this div, I want to make another div with a class of step. But inside this, I just want to add the times icon. So we go back to the browser, and inside the font awesome, we go up and we search for times. Here we click on the first icon. You can see the HTML tag here, which is the I tag with a class of FAS and FA times. We click to copy the code. We go back to the Visual Studio Code. And here we paste the HTML tag. Now we can see the cross icon or times icon here. So we copy this 3 times using Alt Shift down, arrow down, Alt Shift arrow down, 1, 2, 3. And just outside this div, I mean the progress container div, if we follow this line, just under this div, we add 2 buttons. First, we just write down button. We add a class of btn, and I want this button has an icon of the arrow, I mean the left arrow. So we go back to the browser, and in the Fonts Awesome website, we search for arrow left or arrow left. Here we click on the first icon, which is the free one. Just be careful, some icons you have to pay. So we click on the first free one. And here we copy the HTML tag, which has the class of FAS, FA arrow left. For the right arrow, we just need to change the left to right. So we copy the code, we go to the Visual Studio Code, and we paste the code here using Ctrl V. All right, now we have the icon inside the button. Just copy this button using Alt Shift and arrow down, and just change the left to right. Also, let's add a letter ID here and tell this ID just preview, and here we just add an ID of next. And for the first button, I want it to be disabled as a default. All right. That was it for the HTML part. In the next section, we're going to start styling this project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer using Ctrl-Shift-E. And we create a CSS file here. We just need to right-click and we click on New File. We name the file style.css. Before starting to style our project using style.css file, we need to add a link to the style.css file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just after the font awesome link tag, and at the end of the head tag, we just add a link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, and href attribute here defines the destination of the link. As both files, index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. All right, let's start styling our project. We go to the style.css. We start from the body section. So we just write body. We open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the space around the body element, the default margin, using margin 0. And let's close this. And we open this a little bit more. Let's change the display to flex, so we can bring the items to the center horizontally. So we just say justify content center, and we set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, and we can bring the items to the center vertically using align item centers. Just make sure to set the height to the 100% of viewport height, otherwise the items cannot come in to the middle using align item center. Let's change the background color to be yellow, and let's style the main div that covers everything, the container, div with the class of container. So we just say container, and we want to bring all the items to the center, so we can use the text align center to bring the items to the center. Excuse me. So next one, we want to style this progress container class, this div that covers the line breaks and these things, except the buttons. So we just say progress container. First, we set the width to 500 pixels, so we have a big, longer lines. We change the display to flex. As you can see now, we have the lines here and the other ones at the end. So we just need to remove the position of the lines. We should set the position of the lines to be absolute. So these icons will be at the top of these things. So we just change the lines. As you can see, the line has the class of progress bar back and progress bar front. First, we start with the progress bar back. We just set the position to absolute, but we need to specify the relativity. So we should set here the position relative. And the next one is the front one. So we copied this one more time using Alt Shift arrow down, and we change this back to front. So as you can see, now everything came here and the lines are removed, but they're still there, but they don't have a width. So, and here we want to distribute these icons evenly throughout this width, which is 500 pixels. So here we just use justify content space between, so to distribute them evenly inside this 500 pixels. All right, let's change the height of the back to, for example, 4 pixels, and we just get a width of 100%. Now we can see the bar. Let's change the background color to light gray. And let's remove the border. And let's bring it to the behind the icons by changing its z index to -1. The default z index for everything is 0. So when we change it to -1, it goes behind. Well, let's copy this to the front progress bars as well, because they are very similar to each other. Just the front one is at the top of the back one. So we just changed the front one color to green. So now you can see the front one. If we change the width, for example, to 50%, you see the bar until here. The things we are going to do is to use JavaScript to change this bar to go each step when we click on the buttons. All right, let's style the step and make them circle. So with the things we're going to tap is here, the class step. That covers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have 5 steps. So we just say dot step, which change the width to 30 pixels, height to 30 pixels as well, and we just change the background color to white. Now we can see them, but it's a square. We just can use border radius 50% to make it circle. And let's bring these icons to the middle by just changing the display to flex, and just say justify content center to bring them in the middle horizontally, and align item center to bring them vertically. And also let's add some border. We just say border. The border width, I want to be exactly like the bar. So just say 4 pixels, and we want it to be solid. And the color is light gray. And let's bring the bar just in the middle of the circle here. First, we should remove the default margin of the HR tag. Just remember to remove it. Just say margin 0. And we set the top to 50% to bring it here. But this one brings the edge of the border to the middle. In order to bring it exactly to the middle, we should use the transform, translate y, and just say minus 50%. Oh, sorry, translate y, not x. So now the light gray bar is exactly at the middle, but the green one still not. So we just need to copy these 3 lines and paste it for the front as well. Yeah. Now everything is fine. Let's change the color of these icons to the light gray as well. So we just need to use the color property and set it to light gray. All right. But the first one, the first step, we want it to be active and green and has the check icon as well with the green color. But in order to do that, we just have to target this checked class, because the first step has an extra class checked. And later, by using JavaScript, we're gonna add the checked class to different step. So we're gonna make them like active when we press the button. So we target that using .step .checked, and we just change the color to green. You can see the change. And also I want the border color to be green as well. All right, and let's bring this start to here in the bottom. So for tapping that one, we just say step checked, and we just target to this a small tag, and just say small here. And we just say position absolute to change the position. Now it came to the middle, but we just say button minus 20 pixels. Let's change the font of the start using font family property. We just say font family. We just change it to, for example, cursive. And next thing I would like to do is to style the buttons. The buttons has the class of btn. So we go back to the style.css, and just below this, we just write .btn, and we change the background color to slate blue. We remove the border. Let's change the color of the arrows to white using color white. Let's add some padding. So padding, the padding up and down, or I should say top and bottom, to be 10 pixels, and left and right to be 20 pixels. All right. Let's add some space between the bars and the button using margin. So the top margin, I want to be just 70 pixels, and I want the left and right to be 10 pixels, and the button just 0. Let's add some, let's round the borders of the buttons using border radius. Just say 5 pixels is enough for the button. And let's change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the button, we can see a pointing hand. And let's add some box shadow to add some shadow effects to the button. The first value of the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We just set it to be 0 pixels. Just say 0. The position of the vertical shadow is the second one. We set it to be 4 pixels. Now we can see it here, but in white color. And let's add the third value is the blur radius. We set it to be 8 pixels. And let's just change the color of the shadow to black, but with the 30% opacity. So we can use RGBA function. We set 0 for red, green, and blue, which gives us the black color, and just 30% opacity. So we just put 0.3 for the alpha value. Let's use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. So that's enough for the box shadow. And let's add some opacity when we hover over the button. So we just use the hover pseudo class. Just say btn hover and change the opacity to, for example, 90%, as you can see. And let's change the scale of the button using the active pseudo class. Just say btn, and we add the active CSS pseudo class by adding a clone, and just say active. We open a set of curly braces, and we change the scale by using the scale function, which is the method of a transform property. So just say transform, and we use the scale function, and we just say 97%. So when we click on the button, we see the scale is getting smaller. The left one is disabled, but this one is enabled because we put the disabled attribute to the first button. Let's change the color of the disabled button so it would be more clear. We can use the disabled pseudo class. So we just say btn disabled. We open a set of curly braces, and we just write, we change the color, background color to light gray. All right. So that was it for the CSS part. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to the project using JavaScript. Oh, first, the one thing I forgot was I wanted this bar to be smaller when we change the size of the screen. So we add a media query here, and we just say if the screen is just say max width to be 500 pixels. When the screen is smaller than 500 pixels, we want the this progress container from the 500 pixel to be 90% of the viewport width. So we just here, we just say dot progress container, and we set the width to be 90% of the viewport width. We just said VW. So when we decrease the size of the screen less than 500 pixels, we see that the bars is closing automatically. And it's very responsive. And also let's change the width to be the width of the green bar. Instead of 50%, we just put it to 0%. But in the next section, when we are using JavaScript to add functionality, we dynamically change the width of the progress bar front to the step that is active. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. We open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js and we press enter. We just move this file to this window by dragging it. And before using the JavaScript, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and just at the end of the body tag here, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we press and select the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL inside the SRC attributes. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. So first we close this Explorer section so we have more space for coding, and we decrease the size of this window as well. We save the file, we go to the index.js. First, I want to active the next button and add an event listener to it. So when we click on it, we're going to add some checked class to each step. So we're going to change the times icon to the check icon and make the border green. So first we get the next button item, which is here, the button with and the ID is next. So we can get this button with the ID of next by using the get element by ID method. So here we just make a const and we name the const next element, and we use the get element by ID method inside the document. The ID we want to target is next. All right. So then we want to add an event to this element using add event listener method. So we just write next element dot add event listener, The add event listener method has two parameters. The first parameter is the event we want to target, which is click. And the second one is a callback function, which will be triggered when this event happens. So we make a function here, an arrow function. We just open a set of parentheses. We've had a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly brackets. Inside these curly brackets, we can write down our statements. So first, make a variable here, and we call it current checked. Now the current checked is the first position. So we set it to be 1 as a default. And when someone click on the button, we want to add a number to this current checked and make it 2, for example. We just say current checked and we add 2+ here to increment it 1 each time someone click on the button. We can console log the current checked and see the change when we click on the button. So we save the file, we open the console using this hamburger button and open DevTools pane. And inside the console section, when we click on the button, you see that the current checks became 2. That was 1 as a default. If you press again, it becomes 3, 4, 5, and etc. But we don't want this current check to go more than the number of the steps. The steps here is just, now we have 5 steps. So in order to get these 5 steps and count them, we need to target all the devs with the class of step by using query selector all. So here in the index.js at the top, we get all the step elements. We just say step. We just make it prologue because it's more than 1 step, and just say element. And we write document.query selector all, and the class we want to target is a step, and because it's a class, we should add a dot at the beginning and just write down step. And if we console log, let's console log the steps here. We just say log step element, a steps element, sorry. You can see we got 5 node, we got a node list with the 5 arrays. So you open it, you can see that we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which then the length is 5. So here we want to say if the current checked is greater than the steps element dot length, which is 5, you can see here. If it's more than 5, just set the current check to the last, the length of it, so it doesn't go more than 5. So if we just remove this console log here and we clear the console using this button. If we press the button now, we get 2, 3, 4, 5, and if we press more, we just get 5, not more than 5. Now, instead of console logging, let's create a call function. For example, update step progress, and we create the function here. We just write function, and let's remove this div tools. So we just write update step progress, and we create a loop that contains all the steps, and we update each step according to the number of current check. So we just say step elements, which has 5 elements, and we just use the for each method to trigger a function for all these 5 elements. We get the elements here. We just name the element step element, and also we can get the index of the element. And we add a fat arrow to create the function, and we say if the index is less than the current check, I mean the current index that is going inside the for each is less than the current check that can be changed by the button. If it's less than this, we just add the class checked. We just say step element dot class list property and use the add method, and the class we want to add is checked. So when we click on the button, you see that the class checked is added to the second step, and the third, fourth, and the last one. But still, the icon, I mean the times icon is still there, and it didn't change to the check icon. We can do that by changing the inner HTML of the step element, the current one. So we just say step element dot inner HTML, and instead of inside a set of backtick, we can write the HTML tag. We can just copy the HTML tag from the index.html. We want this I tag. So we go to the index.js, and here we paste the I tag, which is the check icon. If we press next, we see that the next step has the icon checked, and so on. Also, we want to add the text under them. For the first one, we want to add the start, and the second one is step 1, step 2, and step 3, and finally the last one we want to add the text final. So we copy this small tag and paste it here. And if you press the button, you see that a start under it. But all of them is a start. So we make this a start a variable using the $sign and a set of curly braces. And we say if the index is equal to 0, which is the first one, then just write start. If the index is equal to 4, which is the last one, but we can just say a step element dot length. This one, steps dot length is 5, but we want the index IDX to be equal to 4, we just add a -1 here. We can use Alt-C to turn on the board wrap. We can see all the codes clearly. And otherwise, we just want to say, oh, sorry, it didn't set the condition. So we just say if the IDX is equal to 4, just write final, which is here. And otherwise, just say step, add a space, and just add the index. So we try it. We just press the button. Now we see the step 1, step 2, step 3, and the last one is final. Okay, let's do this for the previous button as well. Let's remove the disabled so we can we can set the previous as well. So we just at the top we target the previous one. So we just copy the next one and we change the next to previous. Just say prev and prev. This prev is actually the ID we used here for the button. And we just copy this code and we change this next to previous. And instead of increasing the number of current check, we just decrease it. And instead of checking it's going more than 5, we just say if goes less than 1, just set it to be 1. We can test it now. We just go to the next and we come back. It doesn't work yet. So we just test. Here we set it. We set the IDX less than current check, but we didn't do it for the IDX more than current check. So we just say here else. Else we wanna, instead of adding the check, we want to remove the check. So we just say step element dot class list and we use the remove method, and the class we want to remove is checked. And if we test it here, we see if we press now, we remove it. But we wanted to go back to the times icon when we remove it. So we use the inner text method. So we just say step element dot inner HTML. We open a set of backtick and we go to the index.html and we copy this times tag, which is from the font awesome, and we paste it here. Now we test it again. When we come back, the icons is changed to the cross or times icon again. So the things we did, let's review it. So we checked if the IDX, the index of the for each loop, is less than current check. We add the class of checked, and we change the inner HTML to this one, which is the font awesome icon check, and also the text under the steps. If the IDX is 0 is a start. If the IDX is equal to the last one, which is 4, is final. And the otherwise, we just say a step IDX. And if the IDX is more than the current check, we remove the checked. And also we change the inner HTML to the font awesome times icon. Let's change the color of the bar when we go into the next button by changing the width of the front bar. As you remember, we just if you remember in the front bar, when we change the width, for example, to 50%, it goes to the middle. So we wanted to do that dynamically using JavaScript. So here at the end, after the function, just at the end of the function, just because we want to update it. Yeah, no, just at the end of the function here, we just say, first we bring the element. The element we want to target is this front bar with the class of progress bar front. We copy this. We can get this element by using query selector method. So at the top, we just write const the progress. Sorry, progress element is equal to document.querySelector. Because it's a class, we just need to add dot and we paste the class here, the progress bar front. And we target this here. We just say, we want to change the style, so we just write dot style. And the style we want to change is width. And we set it this one, for example, here you see we just change it to 100%. And if we press, you see it's 100%. But we want this to be dynamic. So first we calculate how many steps has the class of checked. So we target the checked class inside the step. So we just say const the checked, just the checked number. We just say document dot query selector all, and we want to target all the classes with the class, all the elements with the class of checked. Okay. So instead of saying 100%, we make a variable here. We keep the percentage, and we just say the number of elements with the class of check. So we just say checked number over the we just, this one should be dot length. And we want to see how many steps we have over the steps dot length, which is 5. And we multiply this to 100 because this is a percentage. And we add the percentage at the end by using a plus. So when we do this one, you see that the width is changing, but it's not correct because we have to add a -1 to each of them to be correct. So we just we have to put them in the parentheses, and this one as well. And we test it now. As you can see, the width is correct now for each step. Let's add some transition. When we press the button, we see the transition and we see the width changes linearly. So we go to the style.css, and in the progress bar front, we add a transition. Just 0.4 seconds linear, and we want to apply this to the width. So now we see that the width changes linearly. Let's add the transition to the step as well. So we see a transition here as well. So in the step checked, we add a transition to all because we want everything to be affected by the transition. We just say 0.4 second and linear. Now you see it. And we want it to be changed just after the line reached to this step. So we added transition delay as well. So we just say transition delay, for example, 0.3 seconds. Now you see after the line reaches the step, you see the change in this step. Yeah, that looks better. So the next things I would like to do is to turn this button to the disabled when it reaches to the final, and change this button to disabled when we are at the beginning. We just need to add a condition here at the end. We just say if the current checked is equal to 1, which is the step 1 here, then let's change this button, which is the previous element, disabled 1 to true. So we check it. First we go next, and when we come back, the button turns to disabled mode. Let's change this button to be disabled as default. So we go to the index.html, and in that button, the previous button, we add the disabled attribute. We go back to the index.js and we add another condition. Just say else if, and we say if the current check is equal to the last step, which is steps element dot length, we want the next button to be disabled. So we just say next element dot disabled to be equal to true. We test it. So we press next, 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 and in the final section, we see that the button is disabled. But we want these icons to come back to the enabled mode when we are not in the final and the start section, in the step 1, step 2, or step 3. So we just add an else here. So we say otherwise, just set the previous element dot disabled to false, and also next element dot disabled to false. So when we press the next button, we see the previous button is enabled, and when we go to the last section, the next button is disabled, but when we go back, it comes back to the enabled mode. And the good things about this project is if we add the steps, for example, now we have 1, 2, 3 steps. And if we want to add another step, that is very easy. We just need to copy the last step tag one time, just using Alt-Shift arrow down. And now we have 4 steps in the middle. the code works perfectly for this one as well. So this is completely dynamic. And if we, for example, delete the last two, we only have 2 steps left, which is, so we don't need to write the code again for the JavaScript part. It dynamically calculates the number of steps here by using query selector all. So we're going to have a correct step number here. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. So see you in the next project.